a tax bracket, whatever it is, completely blind us.
Why our brains do this. We're going to explore the author's concept of a primary identity and map out the specific mathematical error we make every single time we judge someone based on a label.
And the author isn't just making like a passive sociological observation here. They're diagnosing a very specific, highly destructive habit in our daily cognitive processing.
Because we are built to categorize, aren't we?
We are. The sheer complexity of human existence, processing the full nuanced humanity of 8 billion people, would literally fry our neural circuits. So our brains use heuristics, cognitive shortcuts. We sort the world into neat little boxes.
We see the red dye because the brain thinks it's a more efficient way to process the information. Like, it takes way too much caloric energy to evaluate the water, so we just download a stereotype, attach it to a label, and move on.
Precisely, which is why it feels so automatic. But the text argues that while this might be biologically efficient, it is morally and structurally flawed.
Because we're weaponizing it.
Exactly. When we actively weaponize those categories, when we use them to disrespect someone, we aren't just noting differences. We are attaching a vertical value system to them. We're building a hierarchy where one really shouldn't exist.
And the text offers a direct counterstructure to that hierarchy. The author argues that beneath all of these, superficial labels we carry around, there is what they call the mother of all identities.
I love that phrasing.
Right. And that identity is simply the fact that we are human.
The choice of the word mother is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, actually. It establishes an undeniable biological and logical sequence.
How do you mean?
Well, think about the physical reality of a mother and a child. A child cannot possibly exist without the mother existing first.
Right.
The mother is the absolute, non-negotiable prerequisite for the child's life.
Okay, yeah.
So by applying that metaphor, the text argues that our shared humanity is the birthplace of all other possible labels. You cannot be a teacher or a mechanic or a liberal or a conservative unless you are first birthed into existence as a human being.
It's the source code.
Yes. Every other identity is just a secondary software program running on the primary hardware of being human.
That makes every single other identity we possess secondary. It's subordinate. It's a child that has inherited its very capacity to exist from that primary state. But I have to push back a little on this mother of all identities concept, or at least stress test it. If being human is the undeniable mother of all identities, why is it practically the first thing we forget when we interact with a stranger?
That is the million-dollar question.
Right. Because the way I see it, being human is like this giant umbrella we all stand under. Yet we spend all our time arguing about the colors of the tiny cocktail umbrellas we're holding underneath it.
Oh, that's a great way to put it, the cocktail umbrellas.
Like, why are we so obsessed with the tiny umbrellas when there's a massive one right over our heads?
Well, what's fascinating here is that the problem isn't that we have secondary labels. We need them. The issue arises the moment we use a secondary label to justify devaluing someone else's primary identity.
The moment we mistake the dye for the water.
Yes, we get so obsessed with the secondary identities because they offer us a false sense of distinction and control. The mother identity, our shared humanity, is vast. It's universal. It doesn't really allow for ego.
Because everyone has it.
Right. You can't feel superior to the person next to you in traffic simply for being human because, well, they are human too. The secondary identities are where the ego thrives. They allow us to draw lines in the sand and say, my group is better than your group.
We are totally addicted to the feeling of superiority. That explains why your brain doesn't naturally say, a fellow human navigating the complexities of their finite existence when someone cuts you off.
No, definitely not.
Your brain says, look at this jerk in the red sports car. The red sports car, the secondary label, the behavior, the aesthetic, becomes their entire identity in your mind.
And that pivot from the universal to the specific brings us to the core mechanism of the text. The author introduces a very specific psychological equation to describe what is actually happening when we make that cognitive pivot and choose to disrespect someone based on a label.
Right, the equation of disrespect.
Yes. The text basically states, if any other identity causes you to look down on or disrespect another person, it inherently means you have deemed that specific identity as more important than the other person's human identity.
Here's where it gets really interesting for me, because that reframes something very common into something quite severe. We normally think of disrespect as, like, a behavioral issue, a lapse in manners, or just being in a bad mood.
Or a personality clash.
But the author is stripping away all the situational excuses. In this framework, Disrespect is an active structural demotion of another person's fundamental existence.
It is a literal internal mathematical error. The equation is stark. If you disrespect someone based on a secondary label, you have artificially elevated a subordinate trait above the mother identity.
You've decided the child identity is greater than the mother that birthed it.
Exactly. You are effectively looking at another person and saying, your status as a human being is fundamentally less valuable to me than your status as whatever label I've decided to judge you by.
Okay, let me use an analogy here to map this out. Imagine a VIP club.
Okay, I'm with you.
By judging someone on a lesser identity, we are essentially looking at their ultimate VIP access pass, which is their humanity, and telling them it doesn't matter because they were wearing the wrong shoes.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, the shoes being the lesser identity.
Right, and you have to ask yourself, and I mean you, the listener, thinking about your own life, have you ever subconsciously made this mathematical error in your own head when looking at someone from a different background?
We all have. Because the cruelty of that cognitive shortcut is profound when you look at it under a microscope. You aren't just being rude when you roll your eyes at someone with a different political bumper sticker. You are committing an act of internal erasure.
Wow. Internal erasure.
Yeah, you are telling yourself that the very core of their being is insufficient to earn your baseline respect. And notice the word deemed implied in the author's logic. To deem something requires a judge.
And you appointed yourself the judge.
Exactly. You've appointed yourself the judge of their existence and ruled that a circumstantial label carries more weight than the biological miracle of their life.
But wait, let me throw a wrench into this equation. Is this always a mathematical error? What if the secondary identity is inextricably tied to harmful behavior?
Okay. The paradox of tolerance.
Right, let's say the label is serial liar or, a relentlessly toxic coworker who actively sabotages people. If I look down on that toxic coworker, I'm not making a cognitive error. I'm using pattern recognition to protect myself. Doesn't their shared humanity have limits when their secondary label represents active harm?
That is easily the most difficult friction point in this entire philosophy. But the text challenges us to do something incredibly difficult, to separate the assessment of threat from the denial of human dignity.
Okay, so how do we do that?
Well, it is entirely possible and frankly necessary to condemn an action. You absolutely fire the embezzler, you protect yourself from the toxic coworker, you hold people accountable.
But you do it without running the demotion equation.
Yes. The moment you strip them of their basic human dignity in your own mind, the moment you view them as a monster or fundamentally less human than you are the one making the cognitive error.
Okay, I see.
The author isn't saying we shouldn't judge actions. They are saying we shouldn't use actions to revoke the title of human. When a society begins to view offenders as non-human, that is historically when the most catastrophic atrocities occur.
So it requires holding two competing thoughts in your head at the exact same time. Your actions are unacceptable, but your existence is undeniable.
Exactly. And that takes an enormous amount of cognitive discipline. It is so much easier for the brain to just let the red dye take over the whole glass.
Right. And our inability to maintain that discipline leads directly to the concluding challenge of the excerpt. The author doesn't just diagnose this mathematical error and, leave us with a neat little theory.
No, they drop a massive ethical weight right in our laps.
The text concludes with one direct, profound question. Is there any other identity important than one being a human? It's such a short sentence, but it functions as an absolute trap.
It acts as an ethical mirror. On a purely intellectual level, when we hear that question in a vacuum, the answer feels obvious. We all know what we are supposed to say.
No, of course not.
Right. No identity is more important than being human. But the author isn't offering us a multiple choice quiz where we get points for guessing the morally correct answer. They are framing this as a relentless spotlight on our daily assumptions.
So what does this all mean? Because there is a massive canyon between our intellect and our reality. We know the answer should be no, but if we look back at the very first premise of the text, the observation that we often look down on others based on labels, it proves that humanity's collective actions scream a deafening yes.
The tension there is devastating.
We constantly act as if other identities are more important. How do we close the gap between knowing the right answer to the author's question and actually living it out?
If we genuinely answer no to that final question, then our daily interactions, our urban planning, our economic policies, and our social media habits should reflect the supremacy of our shared humanity. That supremacy shouldn't just be an abstract concept, it should be the operational baseline.
But it's not the operational baseline. And let's talk about why. Right now, there are multi-billion-dollar algorithms specifically designed to ensure we answer yes to the author's question.
Oh, the attention economy. Absolutely.
Social media platforms don't monetize our shared humanity. They don't care about the water. They thrive by stirring the red dye. They find the exact secondary label that triggers your amygdala, and they feed it to you constantly.
The architecture of our digital world is entirely built on exploiting the mathematical error we've been talking about. When a platform shows you a viral video of someone from an opposing political group acting foolishly, it is explicitly inviting you to structurally demote that person's humanity.
It's inviting you to look down on them based on their label.
Right. And the more we practice that demotion online, the more automated it becomes in our physical lives. We're being trained at scale to forget the mother of all identities.
We are outsourcing our cognitive shortcuts to machines that profit from our division. Which makes the author's question, is there any other identity important than one being a human? Not just an ethical mirror, but a test of our own autonomy.
Are we going to let our perception be hijacked by the dye, or are we going to force ourselves to see the water?
So as we wrap up this deep dive, how do we practically apply this? We've gone from defining the mother of all identities, to breaking down the equation of disrespect, to grappling with this ultimate question. How do we use this on, like, a Tuesday afternoon?
It requires an active, daily dismantling of the ego. It means intentionally overriding the biological and algorithmic conditioning that tells us to sort, rank, and judge.
Think about the next time you are sitting in a waiting room, or commuting to work, or scrolling through your feed. When you feel that familiar spike of judgment, when you look at someone's outfit, or read a comment they posted, and you feel that urge to dismiss them as a lesser person, you have to catch the math error in real time.
You pause and ask yourself, am I artificially elevating a subordinate trait right now? Am I looking at their VIP pass and telling them it doesn't matter because of their shoes?
The simple act of asking the question breaks the automatic nature of the cognitive shortcut. You are manually resetting the equation. You are actively choosing to clear the water.
And it's hard work. It is exhausting to constantly police your own internal hierarchy of labels.
But the alternative is far worse. Because there is a reciprocal nature to this equation that I think we need to leave the listener with. We've talked a lot about the author asking what happens when we judge others. But what happens to our own internal architecture when we do this?
That is the ultimate thread to pull on here.
When we actively choose to elevate a lesser identity in order to disrespect someone else, do we fundamentally shrink our own humanity? If you are pouring food coloring into someone else's glass, you're inevitably staining your own hands.
Precisely. If you operate as the judge who structurally demotes the existence of others, you are fundamentally shrinking your own capacity for human connection. You cannot fully possess and experience the depth of your own humanity while simultaneously denying it in another person.
Wow.
By locking someone else in a box based on a secondary label, you are building the very walls of your own psychological prison. The supremacy of our shared humanity isn't just about how we treat them, it's about preserving us.
That is a staggering realization. The math error doesn't just demean the target, it degrades the calculator.
It really does. It is the ultimate test of human maturity. Moving past the easy divisions of our cocktail umbrellas and accepting the profound, undeniable reality that we are all birthed from the exact same source.
Keep that equation in your mind as you navigate the world this week. Watch how your brain tries to sort people into hierarchies and challenge yourself to reset the math. The mother of all identities is always there, underneath the noise, waiting to be recognized. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into how we perceive each other. Keep questioning your own assumptions, keep looking for the water in the glass, and as always, keep exploring the world around you.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Welcome to Banaso, a place where the sun and Ghanaians come together to shape the Ghana they hope for. Rising as co-creators and catalysts in making Ghana a better place for all. Oh Ghana, our home, our pride, the dream still lies deep inside. Through every hand, through every heart, the change we see begins with us. Ebanaso,
It is Thursday, the 14th of May, 2026, 21 past 1600 hours. Live once again on Akwantufuo Radio, Abrabapa Radio, as well as Akwantufuo Radio GH with another edition of Bamaso. A live edition, of course. And this is the place where discerning Ghanaians with discerning thoughts are leashed. Ghanaians who have chosen to do something about matters. That's right. And when I say they've decided to do something about matters, it's a decision to work on ourselves. That is where it begins. We come around just to dialogue, deliberate, contemplate on how we would be able to rise as co-creators and catalysts in the making of that Ghana that we want. As simple as that. And we have come to understand around here that we are the very Ghana we are so much concerned about. And if that be the case, then everything that is of concern about Ghana is about us. So it's all about we either working on ourselves to be the co-creators or be the catalyst to awaken others to also do what they have to do as co-creators. It's as simple as that, and yet a very complicated one. So the very moment we step on this very platform, we see each and everyone as a Ghanaian, as a part of the body that we are all a part of. And if that part of the body is able to function very well, the whole body is functioning very well, and I'm also, as a part of the body, also enjoying. So that should be the ultimate of all our actions. That should be the ultimate of everything that we say, to get others to function as units of Ghana so that the body that we choose to call Ghana functions very well, and I also function very well. In this kind of interaction, there are frictions here and there. Certain issues come up among other things. But they are all ways with which we'll be able to work on each and every one of us to unfold a better version of ourselves. Sometimes the friction is calling you to develop more patience. Sometimes the friction is calling you to develop or be a channel of greater wisdom. Many things and many things. The list continues. So look at every situation as a way of you unfolding a better version of you. Every encounter as a way of bringing the very best out of you. And just do that. Yes, just do that. So the body gets well and you yourself, you get well as well. Today being Thursday, it is Reflective Thursday. And in Reflective Thursday, it's all about reflection. Through reflection, we come to understand or we come to discover if what we have known over the time past is still standing the test of time, energy, space, and circumstances. You see, truth is the only thing that is able to stand the test of time, energy, space, and circumstances. It's the only way that can stand, the only thing that can stand this test of time, energy, space, and circumstances. That's right. Yeah. So when we come to reflect, it's about unearthing what we have come to know over the time past, and then putting it to the stimulus test. And the scientists, you there? So we'll be able to know if we can work with it, continue to work with it or not. If we come to discover that it is not working out properly, what more should we do? We need to just make sure we get it out of the way and put on or use that which will be able to benefit us and make our nation much better. To this effect, I would humbly welcome you once again to today's edition of Bamaso Reflective Thursday. Ɛne ɛna nkyɛ akɛseɛ deɛ mu apipa ne deɛ mu dɔ nkɔma baabi a wo bi a saa mpɛmpɛnsuo wɔ afidie no da Akwantufuo radio, Abrawapa radio ana Akwantufuo radio GH. Ɛnɛ ɛyɛ awɔda yɛba bɛto akwantuo no so ahwɛ deɛ yɛbɛtumi ayɔ ama ɔman Ghana ye afa ne ntoma pɛfra. Menim sɛ wɔdɔ ɔman no ɛne pankutoo ana wɔhwɛ nso ɛde ama saa ɔman kronkron no. Nti aba yi deɛ ye, that is the reason why we are here. Yɛbɛto aso na yɛahwɛ deɛ yɛbɛtumi ayɔ. Na yɛnte aseɛ kɛseɛ paa baako a yɛnya ɛne sɛ yɛne saa Ghana no a daa ne da nyinaa yɛka ho asɛm no. Yɛne saa Ghana no a daa ne da nyinaa yɛka ho asɛm no. Nti ne saa ɛne teɛ deɛ a ɛne yɛne kyɛ sɛ yɛa ne yɛbɛyɛ yɛn ho aduro, yɛbɛyɛ yɛn ho adwuma. Yɛsɛ sɛ yɛbɛdo so yɛn ho. Ɛno nti ne aba. Nti mɛma wakɔ aba. Na sɛ wote ani sɛdeɛ nanatena nanasare bɛde akɔ Dr. Ebenezer Amofa Boatena ne papa yonti wo nananketia although of blessed memory ne papa yonti ana America for you day Dr. Ajingu me so abeta joint pa well done why there me hu say gamanche enso baaye gamanche happy come back ne mo adwuma no Samsafo you too you day Yanchia Patron. Oh, Patron is doing fantastic. I say Patron or dynamics of life as kakra. So and I can say biasia fine. And catch a Patron say, oh, he's been elevated to the status of being able to unmute and to also be able to mute other people on the platform. No, so a partial right. It's true. Say a partial right. No correct. I mean, in many occupations, or in many careers, my name is Dr. Ajingo. So I had a friend to say midwives and nurses and what have you. You're more pin. So doctors and so I say more pin. That I think so. Yeah. Now, your pin is only active when you are in good standing. What I say, when you are in good standing. And yet no I mean wana enjuma bi I mean even let's come to even the fundamentals. If someone is even doing an Amazon Flex, so Amazon Flex, you delivering with Amazon, they have mechanism be on their app or more, and I said they have a part of something on their app that on your dashboard that tells you about your standing with Amazon concerning your delivery. I mean, there are certain things that you do, it drops your standing right from above standards to below standard, and then sometimes you won't even be eligible to do the flex with them. For instance, incomplete deliveries. I'm just giving you an idea of some of the things that could affect your standing. Now, some of these things, can you say, sometimes we take it for granted. We don't know how much knowledge and how much wisdom is in all that. And Anubi Anna patron, a discover and run say the standing no as a host akonanim standing as a host akonanim to the extent to say now no we are able to allow him to mute and unmute. No say wa hwe ni ya me ametima asaje of course me ametima age na sem nam de ma wo na wo pin na ye de ma wo no nya body bi na de ma wo ye wuro fa on beje o driving license na ye de ma wo no so ekurum ha say ma license driving license o pass o driving test. Now, in the first 2 years, you accumulate 6 points on your license. You bet your license, no. You bet you. That is how it works. And yes, Petranka. So when you one keep on good standing, no, you're rough for kakrebi. You bet say Jeffrey in some. It's true. That is how life works. Oh, say I didn't crop for BDS. Some people had a right to mute and unmute. I'm just saying no. I'm just saying. But we realized they were abusing that right. So we had to take it off. As simple as that. That is life. So, as I keep saying, in this life, you have to always keep your focus. Because the very moment you miss your focus, it's like driving. You either kill yourself or you kill somebody. That is this life for you. And patron, while you have been promoted, keep your standing in order. Do what you need to do at all times to keep your standing in perfect shape, so that you see, baby, I do a dream and found call baby and you. Yet there is another level, and that level, no, I say, sad time, no, wow, bet me, and so I'm will be the authority to mute and unmute. They say, dear, what me mute, what me unmute too. Name you bet me as I promote too, every level be a. Bet me a designate to be so be mute, and I say, oh, no, so we are the bell. Want to me mute, obet me mute to be, no one to me, obet me on mute to be, and had them some channel. Let's just say, you have the full right to run things your way. And no suddenly who say, what do level be at? Oh, you're correct. Sanity. That is this life. Oh, some of these simple things, when you come to understand, you run it with your life, and then you are in good spirit. That is all. Patron, continue. Yeah, Brantem, what? Make no Brantem. So, and that's why I felt standing. Why? Yeah, Brantem. Yo, yeah, Patron. Na yenchia board chairman so aba ai some to say board chairman catch us e ma wiase nyina te say wo munim be kasa we kire honum na o ma hwe say o be pe bibia me say de be ya, because me come ideally me hourly rate nka say be $500 an hour, because wo ko therapist wodum na wo ye wadwene mu adwuma say na wo jiwo so sen kam jibe $500 an hour. But chairman and can wasem so on can wasem into no ne sanity dia so many problem so kakra me meet my na ye so make an so ti me ye we nyina no sama me technique say but chairman ma me ye adwuma bebre too much adwuma emfa business no ho kra na but chairman dia bre me ye kan was in a laptop no dia besimenim to see my laptop na adwuma na wie kama still as oh, mommy bonus be answer so on identity. Me de makan wi. That's right. Yo, hey, watch out.
Think of the experience.
Oh, watch out. What be your watch out. Oh, watch out, man.
Papa,
oh, what be your Nasi say. Okay, say Nasi say.
They say, think of the experience that you are gaining.
Experience in there, me. Na say me gain experience no. But say, empanifo so say ntesuo nko anya de be.
And ntesuo nko anante. And yes, sabi. Ye na ya ntesuo koko na ye ntesuo koko ye te.
That's right.
Asemti
ejani atifita.
Ejani atifita.
That's right.
So
that's right. It's media makama semu so makama semu so timi say na asena echu na echu. O say ai
echu me pa because me an meka.
O laptop no so me wi adwuma na. What I say me wi adwuma na.
Money yo.
Me wi enso sila bonus mba so na be tro no.
Bonus ni dey say edi nanim ba ya ansa na wo sha.
Ana o be so ka che me so me so me teacher ni market ya ho so ra him.
Penny now as so Jack, your cost so bonus.
Interesting life. Anyway, ya fanchi ani nsi ase, obi bia wo te ani bia, me say gama chanzo aba. Ya tunchi mu odine edema. Sonchi anim. Na enede yento akwantu no so right here on the Reflective Thursday of Bamaso. Ya be kwa ahoma no so rather we say gama che enedi kan ba. Enti me be call gama che so before Dr. Jingo. Ti gama che etime kan Bamaso. Abi. Omutu. And I when you're ready. Me call Dr. Jingos. You make ready,
Okay, well, you can go.
No. Come. Stay. Let's go. Bamaso.
Yeah, Charlie, I don't say.
Kale. Kwelafia.
Lafialo.
Hey! Gamanje. You pass.
Nagajia.
And then Naka clutches. So what you say?
Yeah, Pastor, you've answered it for me. There's nothing in the house called Nagajia.
That's alhamdulillah. Yes, subhanallah,
I
need
don't know which gear boss you want to push or whatever.
Interesting word. Hey. Nagamanje boko there.
But Pastor, we dey inside. The weather is going. Is going or is not coming.
They said the Arsenal is my bank. Me boy, my bank. So.
Oh, but Pastor, me up to today, I'm still not hopeful that we'll go home with anything.
So dear. So dear. I did I tell you dear. Just say okay, kase. I did my partner tell you.
Pastor, we are victory. Yesterday, I was wishing that at least City would have played a draw so that will give us confidence.
Why are you wishing that way? You see, just wish that you see. Look. You are wishing your energies are now being channeled to someone playing a draw, while you can equally send your energies to your team winning. But you are saying, you are not even sure that they are going to win. The idea, you see, I mean, why? You seem to be double-minded.
Do you know? Which club is Arsenal's enemy? At least
Tottenham.
North London, isn't it?
Tottenham, yeah.
Okay. So, do you think when we were playing West Ham the last time, there will be a Tottenham supporter who didn't support us now?
I don't understand you.
When we played West Ham last Sunday,
that's right.
Do you think there will be any Tottenham supporter who will not support us now?
The question you say I'm running omobo Arsenal and West Ham Bobon. You are saying would there be any Tottenham fan or be support Arsenal?
Wouldn't support us now. Wouldn't.
What is your point? Let us know your point so that we know.
My point is there are times when your enemy's enemy or your enemy can be your best friend. And that day, last Sunday, was the day every Tottenham supporter will support Arsenal.
Let's just say, one person say, West Ham shall form home.
They were leading West Ham by, I think, 2 points. Do you understand?
I'm here table no. I'm here table no. Me here table no. Said yes you go.
Yeah. No, right now we gave them a favor. They mess up.
Yeah, Moshe West Ham no. So
yes, they also have to win to be comparatively safe. But they mess up too.
Oh, but says say no. Okay, omo da ho eto ho no mu. Ampa.
No, they I think 2 or 1 or 2 points ahead.
They are 2 points ahead of West Ham. If they are to win,
now they haven't closed. They haven't shut the door completely.
Okay. Nkwamu wini with least now.
If they won, yes, they would have been. They would even have to win only 1 game.
One game.
And we Arsenal too. We are in the same position with City.
Okay.
Do you understand? If we draw 1 game, we finish. If we lose 1 game, we finish.
I see.
Right now, the only consolation we have in the 2 remaining matches, as far as it is concerned, is it is likely Bournemouth can win the game against City, or maybe a draw. Because Bournemouth, they are doing very, very well. When they are playing, they run like 90 minutes. You understand? But I don't. Yeah. So it's. Papa Small, I'm not sure. I'm not sure we go home with anything. And that is why I give you that analogy. That when you have a leader in the form of a coach or anything, it is not the leader taking you to the top level or finishing top level all the time. You will want to win the cup. Do you understand? So if Mama does big push, and it doesn't improve anything, it's nothing. It's just ordinary. Yeah, go on, Basmali.
I see. Anyway, say that way. Emra, winning the game with
Yes, sir.
Debbie Atletico Madrid. No? So, and the next day, me hear newspapers so. Ọmọ ahyɛ aseɛ ne atɛtɛ kasa for ne new contract. Others, hey, ɛduru hɔ. Ebi no. Say, ana na meka no. So, I mean, when your standing is improving now, so you get more. She said your patron. She said the standing improve. Yeah, she said on our bus. She said no, on saw red. Said Doctor didn't go bus and on was saw red. So, but patron bus.
Just you have to warn him.
Hey, my friend. What kind of warning should we give to a just?
You have to warn him that he should try to be as objective and neutral as possible. If he's a referee, he should be a referee. He should not come to the field. But as far as you don't follow the canyon.
Why are they?
Follow the canyon. When he was playing football here, there was a time one referee showed him a red card. Then when he was going to the referee wanted to cross him, he changed the referee. You understand? I tell him. So what does that say?
Oh, okay. I just said he's aware. He's aware.
Okay.
And
so
then I love some analysis that he did yesterday. Now, Okase.
Was he neutral or
he's doing very well. He's doing very well. Say, imagine say, Oye Kotoko supporter. So, but you are also the referee of a game between Kotoko and Haas, right? And Haas and Yapanetti. I also omubo. So, now at that moment, would you let your Kotoko supportership override your duty as a referee of the game? Na my penalty a conchain. So and you said you VAR no so no penalty. And I say you stand firm as a referee and then you do what is right. And that takes me to something that many of us, we are unable to do.
Hold on, before you go. You see, there is a control element there. Do you understand? There's because your conclusion means the referee should regulate himself or herself. Do you understand? Which most of the time we call it self-regulation. It doesn't work. Do you understand? Because you expect the referee to be honest, to show some integrity, and so on. We are human beings, though. Do you understand? Me, for instance, if you tell me to referee a match between Haas and Olympics, and I'm in the field, there is no way Haas will win. Do you understand? The worst case scenario will be a draw. But the control element is this. Find a way or create a process for every referee to declare that I'm a referee, but have a soft touch for House of Folk or Asante Kotoko or Cornerstones or something. So that any game involving this particular team, he will not even near any score sheet. or anything. That's a control element. That is what we miss in our part of the world. In our part of the world, anything involving control, we find it too difficult. They will say you are book long, you are this. But you want to avoid trouble. Anyway, yeah, go on.
Yes, and said yeah, what can I was say regulations yeah, present. But when him say nipa ne manu nsiabo, right? Say regulations no ho kra na. Let's say obi pese or bypass regulations na. Or kwan obefa obeye be. Obema na I said yeah, bypass what di regulations ne so. Oh, but no bypass it. What he said I did it, you know. Yes.
Yeah, but as human beings, you can't get 100% control. But at least you have to make the effort so that it can even help you to detect traces of maybe biasness or inconsistency and so on. You are not aiming at 100% avoidance, but at least it will leave some sort of hallmarks or something. You understand? This is what Oyibo tries to do all the time, and we don't even think of it. That's why our society is not functioning. You know, today I put something on the platform. One car, big throttle, was parked, and one articulate. I don't know, but personally, you go on.
You see, just a quick one before I think my time no cry. So Patron, I'll let him take over right away until some about support. You see, I was having a conversation with I think board chairman on this very issue. Now it was concerning Akwantufuo. Omujina kwan ho. Now they take these bribes and overlook some of the basic things that they need to do. For whatever reason. So they will be saying oh ya get you extra and then send me mbeka na omojiji sa bribe no. So I was in a conversation with Bochama telling him say what they are doing no HSS 5 cities or say 20 cities or say 50 Ghana now on beji wokwa ho, and then they will make someone who is glaringly breaking the driving rules, and I said the rules of the road, no. The rules of the road, no. What they are doing, and they say, "Saisi kana, or more edgy, no. To them, no, more valuable than the life that they have to protect, or the lives that they have to save." And to oppose in Ibia, ujina kwa ho edgy 50, no, 100, biano, or catch that, no, say life na. Was say no the uniform no a protect no sa life no 100 Ghana na award no a sumbo as in the life that he has to protect. So now it's quite unfortunate. Say we have reduced our thinking to that degree. We have reduced our value system to such a degree. We don't even care. And then you see these cars. They a friend say Abi ekrom ha oposini ebedi wachi a na me ka kire me yonko bi say aposifo bedi wachi a ompe o mbedi wanimu a
yes, seriously. There are controls all over around them.
Ombedi wanimu a ompe onkodi wachi nso a and so umpe.
Change your movement, everything will be better. But personally, you see what you said about the police. I don't know whether they still do it, but you know,
I don't know they still do what they still do what.
That's what I'm about to say. You know, when we're growing up, when we grew up in Ghana, the military. You know, there was a military police. Inside the military, there was a military police. They police the soldiers. They're still there. Military. Okay, so if they are still there, you see, one is checking on the other. So why is it that within the police we don't have something of the sort? That's police will go and stand in front because nobody checks on them. You civilian, you can catch them. Of course, this part of the world you can catch. So we expect the police themselves to control themselves, which the IGP, all of them, they failed. Because if the police has got sense that we should have a military police to control the police, the military police don't control me as individual citizens. They are controlling themselves. So why within the military we don't have such a thing? Do you understand? Because control is a sort of hierarchy, you know. At some point, the military police require they should be subject to something. They must also be subject to something. That is how control works. Because I mean, the police problem we have in the Papasmal, it will not go today, tomorrow. You saw recently the one who was going around collecting bribing. Because people are taking into the force that they don't even think, they don't like it, but they are going there just for money. They say party protocol, MPP protocol. This morning I was listening to Joyce, and somebody asked one of the people, "Oh, have you people recruited your recruitment into the forces?" And the guy said, "No, we haven't started yet." I don't know why every party which comes must recruit people into the forces. I don't understand. Is it not the military authorities or administrators who decide that we need these people? We need these people? Should there be political parties doing that? But people will be following them, supporting them. I don't think you can hear if conservative can they say, hey, let's put our food soldiers, labor. I don't think so. You can't even dream about that. Anyway.
Abi. Well, I'm saying
that when you go together, oh, we are paid, we are not paid well. Our teachers paid well. Even this part of the world. But personally, anybody who works for somebody is not happy how much he or she is being paid. Whether here or America or Ghana, nobody is satisfied if you are being paid by somebody. These CEOs cry, they are complaining that they are not paid well. CEOs, some of them, their benefit, they give them jets, private jets, everything. They feel they are not paid well. That is why they steal, that is why they increase the money, they get bonuses and so on. Nobody feels he or she's being paid well. So I don't buy that excuse. If you feel you are not paid well, go and do what you think will make you be paid well and more. But we'll take it and be running with it. Anyway.
You Gamanche. You better it.
So now you are bringing Petro and Sam.
Patron is coming, right?
That one there is like opposite sides of the same coin. No?
What if Patron is coming?
Petro and Sam.
Why? What's the problem with that?
No, there's no problem, but it's like Carlo and Kule.
Petro. I say I got manche. I say new standards now. I say new rights now. One them say gamanche opeso title power obutu to test power.
Unim. So yeah, the maybe show us that now critic Abia count yourself a blessing.
So
okay, matter.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
When you are giving when you are being given a job to do, and your number one critic is Abi. It's okay. It enhances your performance.
Hey, sir.
Oh yeah.
Hey, na Petron. Oh, then one who and into who say Abi, if Abi is your critic, not just say a blessing, pa. Tell us more.
No, I'm saying Abe was said even the standard even higher than himself. Abe's standard is even higher than himself. So he's going to prompt you to go beyond that. Then he is wishing you to the best of the best. Great accrel. So I don't have any problem with that. I don't have any problem with that.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, it will be so about criticize you based on the interest, based on the feelings, based on the allegiance. And no, a bit destructive. So, but I've been a level on it there, or percent even beyond 100%. And that so if you cannot make that mark and now make it even 95, it's good for the posterity. It's good for the bigger cause. So
that's right. That's right. Hey, and Abby, someone is seeing the good of what you do, right? But I would say some people who just want to put everything in one basket now, they will see you as a nuisance. You see, it takes wisdom to separate the junk from what is good, right? Yɛn nyinaa no sɛdeɛ maka no yɛakɔyɛ Santrofia noma, right? Yɛn nyinaa obiara wɔ ne nan so nti sometimes you need to be able to with wisdom no uhunu sɛ wei yɛ nipa ne nan so ana wei see no ɛyɛ the beautiful side of the person nti I'll make use of this beautiful side while we continue to support that person to work on their nanso. But hey, to some people, Abe is totally a write-off. They don't even want to listen to him. Almost as microphone, almost stage I almost drew in their evolutionary course. Because of a secondary identity, because of a label and what have you, they will just categorize you as this. That's it. They don't want to have anything to do with you. But for patron to be able to boldly say, if Abe is your critic in whatever position you find yourself in, it's a blessing. I'm very, very happy that he's looking at things from that perspective. Nothing is against
I'm
you.
also impressed that Ejase is able to make this observation. Sometimes the way some of us say these things, we say it with a lot of pain. You understand? Papa Swale, if you listen to people who have been to Ghana, they always pay glowing tribute to Ghana. Do you understand? Oh, Ghana is this, Ghana is peaceful, Ghana is quiet. But those of us from there to feel there's even more we can offer. That we don't even need to waste money to do, maybe publicity or some of the things we do. And that is where some of us take the pain. I don't criticize somebody because I feel I have to criticize the person. Because we all live in society. But that's why the best thing somebody will say, if you listen to Akwantufuo radio, the people there, are very, solid, they are level-headed, that sort of thing. Do you understand? But when we come here and we come and do what others do unnecessarily, and they say, these people, they are the typical Ghanaian thing, you go there, like Mr. Trini is a cool car, that's all. But some of us, we want Ghana to work properly. But unfortunately, people have accepted mediocre thinking as a norm. You understand? People you even respect that. I mean, look at somebody saying, we are not going to eat inflation. We are not going to eat stability. But these are the factors which improve standard of lives of people. We are not saying what they've got is the best, but we can still do better. Like I illustrated the last time about the Japanese philosophy, that at any point in time when you rinse a towel, water can come out of it. We have not even started rinsing it. You understand? But some of these things people will not understand. But anyway, I thank God just said that he's not taking it negatively. I hope you know me. Me, I like to sometimes I take serious things for joke. But when I'm joking, I'm still learning out of it. from my infancy up to now, I like funny people because I learned so many things out of it. But when it becomes where I should be serious, I can be more than serious. Some of us, this is how we take our entertainment or our level of fun. Do you understand? You don't have to be so doing some sort of having fun in a stupid way. You understand? That is why sometimes I find it very difficult that all our life is like drumming and dancing. Come on, how much energy do we have to do something proper? Anyway. So thank you, I just say, for observing that.
I'm saying now home and drop, he'll be coming back.
Oh, okay.
But let me have a word with Dr. Jingo for possibly 5 minutes or 10 minutes before I run away. Dr. Jingo,
Dr. Jingo there is a saint too. He's country.
He's what? Saint nature say.
He knows it. Let me explain it to you.
Okay. All right then. Any explain it then. Yes, we saint on one so be explain it. Abi to as well. Explain. Or you saint nature say.
He knows he will explain it to you.
Hey, sir. And then there's a Dr. Jingo. Yes, we saint. I said you say.
Oh, saint.
Yes, we saint.
So saint says a believer will be a waje. For what we are now, the saint is somebody who believes that Jesus Christ died for his sins.
Hey, that way new meaning abana.
No, the saint just says that saint you
me say me say me you so na ka so be a saint that's all your hutini ana abenya sanete.
That's all Houtini. No. So,
Dr. Jimmy.
Why am I your Houtini? Because personality. Why am I your Houtini? God, and he's going to put his righteousness on you.
I be tell you.
So that's it. So God is going to impute his righteousness. So that's it on you. This is our righteousness now he put it on you. That's what you become a saint.
Obia an interpretation because I mean when in it to what I mean in the Catholic realm so Catholic ni Orthodox ni Anglican for no see ka say obi a saint not say obi a will live a very heroic virtue. A life of heroism, so a life now very beautiful, and now no, you see no heaven. Sana muhuno, so ain't masa when one kasa omo de no enya right. Ukasa unu man for benya problem wa because masa
problem no menya no problem ni enya but problem no bad. That's why we are trying to solve it.
Na oh Anna a Protestants so the all Protestants me boy
made acts
because
okay when I say Protestants so they come out of Catholics what I say but even the Protestants no some of their teachings and I don't know in fact so they say because the Protestants they do water baptism. What do I say? Like a church like Baptist. How do you name your church after John the Baptist? So they say, you know, me made acts, right? Mad, M-A-D, made acts dispensationalists. The mama make us say, because they all put down, right? Everything in the Bible is written for our learning, but not everything in the Bible is about me. So just here, and you know, some Bible where it is about me, when I read it now, I know that I see myself in here. Where in the Bible, when I read it now, I see said no, this place, I don't see myself in there. So just here, because say my friend said, I be a Papa Smiley.
Yes.
Say, my friend said, call a year. The man, New Testament, who call a year. Said they be at the book of James, right? Who call the book of James, James 1, a child, or more, or Bible, or scripture, so what I say. Or say, James, a servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad, greetings. So, it was our mom said, or try to come the 12 tribes of Israel. Almost scattered. And just go read the order. As I say, James Kano, you'll be confused.
Yo, also on Tiasia, no, yate. Why?
Akwantufuo walk the book of Isaiah, right? Isaiah.
I would say to was it. To was all.
Isaiah chapter.
Nyamtre, walk about where, you see, yes, highway. Anything, you will go all in to find things that will support whatever you believe. It, you know, one way who believe, you don't need to confirm it anymore because never me I join walk about way. One example is enough. Petro now for so
The doctor can what the Bible of any cherry picking.
Petro and one of the media jawan no Mr. to us I say I'll be supporting in the background if need be. Why? To us.
Yeah, because any cherry picking, we call it right division. Right? And then cherry picking, we call it right division. That is what it is. Because say Okokofa James say oh dear. Now some of James come no, it's not what you are doing. So there's it.
Sana the entire Bible may not fit some group of people. Moreover, no, there's a saying say go ye. There's a saying, go ye unto the world.
But go ye, what? That's what you have to see what the Bible is saying. What you go ye, Bible, what the go ye, represents. And you can go ye, and you know what me be Matthew chapter 28. So I'm okay.
Which is a me so baby. Almost the greatest command for a Christian no go ye no. So
I make sure say and you go ye almost cano patron. Did you go to the Bible and see that the go ye almost cano? Are you right and I said you're writing?
Oh, they man do.
So we were no can be actually now you just take it as it is. Yeah, you are making a mistake.
Nah, there is a missing person which I want to say. What they are, what you say, baby, Bible, no baby, ya what they are, baby, in your wodiano. And it's yet, Obi Subakata, oh, you're cherry picking, or picking the suit to your understanding. No, anyway, in the Bible studies, include the
reflective,
not on biblical terms.
What Americans say, right? The whole Bible, from Genesis to Revelation, so that's it. I am word of God, but none is for me. I studied the whole whole Bible, but some places I know said this baby I'm studying there. It's not about me. So how do I say? But still, I study it to get the understanding. But I won't go there.
Individual assessment, and somebody may also have a different opinion about what you are saying. What you are saying may not be 100% right.
No. Okay. That is why we have to. So that is why we have to go to the Bible and then make sure that we are not saying things that is different from the Bible. And then everybody is right? Because everybody will be right. We a teacher now. The 2 + 3 2 board so no because it's 6, no because it's 5. Obi opinion you're 5. Obi opinion so 6. Are you going to tell me say you're right, Anna?
Anyway. When it comes to religion, there are 1,001
It's the
No.
same thing. Tell you.
When it comes to religion, ebani
Uh-huh.
GDA mua. In fact, you can see you can watch some more. There be chance and so as you. Because GDA,
Yes.
until I want to mean for GDA, enko jina court. Obi
No.
be di obi ntimi njindi. So na me cheno.
But
Nti
in your opinion,
yamma de ya GDA no nkai na yet convince others. If they take it, fine. If they cannot take it and they want to move on, so be it.
Yes. Okay. You know,
So-
when I'm coming here and I'm talking about the facts. Because faith and I cannot. Faith and I cannot. And
fact is
then just say, I don't know, that's a won't tell you, fine. I don't know, way. But what I'm trying to do is say, I am telling you, so that's it. It's, then it's up to you. So that's it. Whether you to believe it or not.
Minjendi say, Bible ne nyame asem te said ya woji di. We are not
And
at the
you know,
same term. So I
sense.
cannot take whatever you're telling me as a fact. I can't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, sir. Me, what I'm presenting, no, is what I know, no, say it's a fact. But it's up to you. So that's
Okay.
it. Of course, you can take a horse to the riverside, but you can't force the horse to drink the water there.
You
want
to talk and you any animal so so board chairman. I don't know say board chairman bet my chief big can come across and pay one. Board chairman. So Tibiana. Anyway. Miss Albert. Miss Albert and then Oche big can now say UTV. Miss Albert, that's what TV. Abe, they were a Christian. Abe, I don't know Abe to be a Christian. Are you a Protestant or resistant or which part are you?
Just me, I'm a Baptist. So where would you put me?
So you okay? I have no box for you.
You don't have a box for me.
I don't have any box for you.
So this is proper discrimination.
Why? That's my personal opinion. So
okay, so let the clergyman place me somewhere then.
Who appointed him as a as a box placer?
No,
that's we have a problem. Human beings.
Baptist, you are saying, right? You know where I live, right? I have about 4 or 5 Baptist scripture from Russia. So there's it. Yes, which is like
so where would you place them?
They have free will Baptists. They have fellowship Baptists, right? They have Bible believing Baptists. That's their names. So there's it. The name, is not as the doctrine that you are practicing, right? Because Baptists, when you say baptism, that means you are doing baptism, unless you are not doing water baptism there. So there's it. Because if you are doing water baptism, why are you doing water baptism?
But Dr. Ajima, you think the water baptism thing is holding when in Ghana they say all the waters are polluted, so they can't use water again?
It is what they do now. So they make a pool in their churches and put you there on it. You see, that's all these things, it doesn't make sense. Because if you know, right? If you know your apostle, whom Christ sent to you are. Because Abby, for instance, if you are in a government, if you work in the Ministry of Health, right? You're not gonna you won't go and take instruction from Ministry of Education, right?
Yeah, but Dr. Ajima, somebody post. Let me ask you. Somebody post a question. This I was listening to it today. That the people who introduced us to Christianity, when they came, they said we are worshiping gods and everything. So it's not good. And these people collected our idols and brought it into their museums. Do you understand? Now the things they say were no good. They are charging people, making business out of these artifacts. So how do you reconcile these two?
Okay.
To the extent that give us our team back, cry. Say no, we can only
okay. All right, wait there.
to you for 2
Gamanje,
years.
1 second. Petro,
Yes.
obi say busa Dr. Nyinguma. No, can't say be say minister of health now. Here be of health. I won't call president. Sana can't me boy.
10 years, 10 years. Me say, so we are Papa Smiley, you are working under the Ministry of Education, right? So you have your head there, right? Can you go to the Ministry of Health, right? You are Ministry of Education. Go to the Ministry of Health. It's a Ministry of Health instructions and the or a Ministry of Education.
Can you use Ministry of Health in instructions?
To do your work in the Ministry of Education.
And they say we say obi a won laws me boy.
Yes, but there's also but they're saying they are still working under the what? Under the auspices of Ghana government.
That's right,
Yes, it's ministry now, you have your instructions and everything to work with them.
Instructions no what to arbitrate. Instructions no one the set is instructions no.
That is when you come to the ministry now. Ghana, yes, so Ghana Constitution they give us that instructions.
Right? Question one no and I patron we no one the set is instructions no one the set here.
Yes, that's the Constitution is set here. People put the Constitution together to set up that instructions. Right?
Papa Smiley, I will fight or G time. Meno can say, Meno can say, any minister for defense. I'm saying the one minister near
right. Petro, carry on, please.
One minister from another ministry, or some stand as an oversight ministry for defense. Baby, I branch no konya plane crash we yen far substantive minister by. Another minister from another ministry is also taking care of that. A hypothetical question. Listen, a hypothetical question.
You as you working at Ministry of Health, yeah, you can go to a Ministry of Education. Say you're going to take that instruction from him to go and work in the Ministry of Health.
Listen. A hypothetical question.
It's not a hypothetical question. It's a real thing.
About the management, the same pillar. When it comes to management, they all have the same format.
But they have the same pillars, but the instructions in the pillars are different.
Okay,
yeah. They have the same pillars, but the instructions on the pillars, are different. On the pillars are different.
There are so many ministries. No,
I am so simple. That's what
we don't even believe it. We don't even believe that. So let's go forward. Yeah, let's talk about Mother Ghana. Why? Let's talk about Mother Ghana. Na enemy no me da say what enemy no no problem kaka. You start here na be the phone bi beto no so agoprama no so truck kese bi a akopem truck driver passenger gina nchen ogina kwa ho wanko stop truck no e bus stop ekwan no mu anopagia nensa truck driver no so anhwe na chikura no wo so wo fa no a na ndi atikweta bi so ana truck bi edi na chi de be pem no apem ne tese eye disaster me bi ze na hu kosa enema bebre na koso so enema bebre na asai ye wo ye man ni mu a ye kasi ye sanso akwachire akwakofa saa Enema papa amanfoɔ ne mbra amanfoɔ de kyikyiri ɔmo kuroma ne yɛ akɔnɔ mo yɛn nyinaa yɛtumi fa nsuo so yɛfa wiem yɛfa fam ɛbɛtena mu ma yɛn nso yɛn ho tɔ yɛn no a then we need to go back to the roots. The candid opinion pa say aban a yɛto abama no a yɛsɛ ɔbɛyɛ resetting ɛyɛ very good. Ki yɛn use the first 6 months for reorientation for every aspect of our lives as Ghanaians. Say Ministry of Health, Education, Defense, Interior, Agric, every aspect be an young for 6 months since you were near resource person. Young reorient a month workers in a woman. Now workers in a woman and fahu in your papa are obedient with your bank. The implementing messengers na what for more. Almost a sound more genoa who consume bosso. That is the way I see it. Because I don't think say Mahama bet me every sector are implementing the dreams. I don't think so. It's ma as a woody Bible as a woody and go for egu contour other them. Putting a new oil in an like old gallons and I'll be at this. I bet it. Here reorientation, papa. Cabana transport. Here said if Afenipa, no one of various stations, maybe a troy for each send the screen big one about left here. One lefty screen now church won't do's and don'ts. Because the penny be brain nam kwanso wo munim de enti ese wo behwe o rear mirror no mu kwa hu se nipa no wo ba eti say ai o mo chekere ye so person wo gina na hwe nipa no odi wachi ni speed no de ba no pa se no we dey possible ame kope baby papa ngina eye ne sa no a even twa e kana ye bo no so it even reduces how much we spend in the management of Madagascar. But this we are there, we go back, we some no jago no ko. So meanwhile, no mistake be a baby as Ghana tua hoka. I can't minum me ni tua bi. Oh, minum me ni tua sa can be. So what fabe? I overheard you asking that same question. Say now who caused that? In connection with the accident, with the truck accident and the truck accident. Now who caused that? Obia Ghana ni bia kan obi. Every Ghanaian is involved. At some point, obi slogan be a buy at some point. So all hands on deck. Wow, what's your private car move? Wow, ko by deal. The autumn could all hands must be on deck. Because man,
I just you see
yeah.
that all hands on deck thing. The related question too is how do they make us get involved?
Exactly.
You understand?
Yeah.
Some of us, we are willing to get involved. But how do we do that? Because this particular incident which happened, if all the cars are mandatory to have, like, here when you are driving, some of the cars, they have, in case of careless driving, phone this number.
Yeah.
Do you understand? And what I mean is we should have a dedicated team, traffic team, picking that call live. Now, mobile phones are common. So anybody. So somebody standing at the scene can say, look, I was standing there. This driver has done this, or he was just parked and this one came to hit the back. Solve the problem. But now, the only way that people will get involved is pick the pieces by trying to rescue those who are hurt. I think the guy standing in the front of the car, no dear, through no fault of his, I don't know what will happen to him. You understand? And such a thing could happen to anybody.
Abe, just said the guy no original trotro no. Honestly, or a mistake.
How?
No. That's like you cannot just, I mean, pick any place anywhere just to stop a moving vehicle. Just say, we raise your hands. Next, when you're home, second, when you're one major the trotro would have continued.
Yeah, but I just say as a driver, you are trained to even as part of your trading. When you are driving and you even see a child running near the road or anything, an animal or something running near the road, you need to slow down.
Yeah.
Because a person can come into the road anytime. But Ghana, I don't think most of about 90% of the people, they don't even go through that training. So they don't care.
Abe, there's another subculture here, a creepy in for a long time, especially as I trot form. Some more bano, I don't know one about. Did you always say? Say, Obi Jinanwa, is there so back one chain, one money pacono, a one china besiacon? Onim said, Nipan besinqua, Nipan so befa in a Nipan and non-so. You are no Jinaqua, so a block. So, a subculture, across for a very long time.
I just said, driving in Ghana, there's no discipline in it too.
Abe, me ko Ghana me twin drive.
Hey,
you ko Ghana, you know what I
just say your subculture. Yeah, because we are not enforcing what we have to enforce over there for them to operate.
Yeah, so but when you keep on doing it, it becomes a subculture.
They don't pass punishing them. So that's the problem we have in your country, right? Because when you are doing all these things, you have to designate areas for people to park, for cars to park and everything. Yeah. UK, right? They have lanes called bus lanes, everything there. They know normal car, for normal car, you will see.
You see, I just say when Papa Smiley was speaking, he made a clear example or illustration of this. That when you are driving on the road and there's a police car in front of you or a police car behind you, you are not at ease.
Or even beside you.
You are not, because the police cars you see around, they have control systems where they can check all your documents.
Yes.
Do you understand? One, they will check whether the car you are driving is not stolen or you have your disc has not expired. So to them, they are following you. You think but they are checking all these things. They even have a camera. They only flash your number, and all the information will just come.
Mr. Abi, right? My son, he took my wife's car.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 driving.
Yeah.
Or meanwhile, I have told him, right? Say I have easy pass and everything in my car. So that's it.
Yeah.
Or no, or my wife car corner, it doesn't have anything. Or no, easy express road now. I hear two no. Or Cocofaso. So that's it. They just send me a bill. Or my wife send me a bill. So you use this time around this, right?
Exactly.
$3, but penalty service charge is another $5 on it.
Wow.
You have to go and pay.
Yes.
This is the second time.
Yeah, Dr. Jiman, the bus lane and the taxi lane you are talking about. If you go and pass there, nobody will tell you don't go and pass there. But by the time you come home, maybe in a day or two, you get your ticket.
Yeah.
And they will show you exactly where you passed.
They have a picture of your car.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter who is driving.
No.
It doesn't matter who is driving the car.
And they catch everybody. There were instances where one minister, he was overspeeding or something, and the camera took him. But I think the picture wasn't clear. So the wife went to claim that, because when they hear he's the one in trouble. So the wife went to claim that she was the one driving. So at the time they went through. Then later, they started having problems. The man was going out with another man. And the woman went to say that incident, it wasn't her, it was a man. And just say, you know what happened to them? They jailed both of them. They jailed, not jailed both of them.
Yeah, because when you look right, you lie.
Yes.
And we are talking of people with higher status. So the wife was an economist, and the man was. They jailed both of them.
That is the control mechanism you've talking
if it is Ghana, who born dog? Who to me, Graga, you jail who to me? Hey. No, we are not serious. We are not.
Because our society, we have weak moral society. That's all. The morality is there. Is very, very, very weak.
Yeah. It's a problem. It's a problem.
That's why I blame all this the clergies, the chiefs, and then everybody.
Yeah, but we, because of the way the politicians have created the society, that is why they are functioning in it like that. Because if you're a politician and somebody have a problem and you wash your hands, I'm sorry. In fact, I cannot get involved in this. They are doing their job. Let them do the job to take its own course. Do you understand? But the politician will be happy, cry, oh, don't worry, I will deal with that. Don't worry. Give assurance and so on. So the chiefs are also doing it. Because where you are, America, UK here, when you have a problem, that's why my friend Nigerians will say, everybody go and sign Papa in name. Do you understand? If you fool and they catch you, they don't care who your father is.
Yeah.
You will answer it yourself.
Yeah, the only thing is you go and hire a lawyer, so they're letting
if the lawyer can free you, that's fine. But you have to answer. Do you understand? But
in our country, they won't even catch you for you to
so
go and look
in
for
our
lawyer.
part of the world, when we hear the word governance, we only think of politics. Anytime we hear governance, politics. But governance has nothing to do with politics. It's got to do with whether your processes are working, whether they are fit for purpose, you are following procedure, and so on.
Mr. Abe, more question. So what you mean is, the way a manner we govern ourselves presently, our new government was nominated, and it's like, is it like more or less dead on arrival? We're not working properly, or what? We don't have.
Of course, yes. Yes.
You don't have any faith in whatever they're doing.
No.
You don't believe that at the end of the day, no, and papa will be free mwaba. You don't believe in that?
I just said nothing has changed. Do you understand?
Sure?
Okay.
The city stabilization, big push near there in Aster. The other day I asked you the same question, but it's like you even laugh at me. That's it.
I just say, hold on. So governance is not only about financial controls. Do you understand? If you get financial controls working, and your administrative controls, your social controls, transport controls, and everything are not working except the financial control, you haven't achieved anything. That is where we are now. That the fact that, okay, the financial control is not as it should be. But people think, okay, financial controls are working, so that is all. No, I don't see it like that. It's a complete package. Do you understand? Our environmental controls are not working. That can kill us even faster than your financial controls. Do you understand? Transport, healthcare controls are not working. Or healthcare governance is not working. So what is it there for us to be jubilating about? Because your inflation figures are low and I go to hospital, I cannot get the car I need. What am I going to do with this? Do you understand? That is why we have thousands of people who are supposed to make sure that every aspect of our lives are working. But that is not what we are getting. What we are getting is one small area, one small corner is working. And people want us to be jumping with joy. That our exchange rate is better. So,
you only see the cup half empty. Others may also see the same cup half full. So what's wrong with that?
Just, I mean, I don't. What is happening as part of our world? I don't even have a cup that any water will go inside. Do you understand?
Yeah.
We can't even use cup to measure anything. If it is half full, half empty, we'll even be lucky, isn't it? I said, go to Ghana right now and get emergency. That's your end. So those people who fill the gap, like these fake pastors as well, they are filling the gap. Is this water half empty, half anything? Do you understand? So it's unfortunate that people want to they take their own thing, one section of the thing, and say, oh, it's working. But government, if you have a company or if you have a business, you are not going to say, oh, because I've made profit today, or my profit side is working, so everything is working. You may be exposed to some serious risk, which will not let the company last or the organization last. So you have to juggle every aspect.
So they try, I mean, Akwantufuo by one say a couple 1.5 years. I think they're trying their best.
And is their best enough?
Maybe in your opinion, may not be enough, but they also think, with our economic situation, that's the best they can offer.
Just I said, our economy. Now they came, when they were coming, my worry was maybe because of the burden of debt repayment or interest repayments.
Right.
They will have a big problem. Fortunately, they'll find a way to be dealing with that. Do you understand? I don't know. I don't have enough information about that, but based on what we are saying, it's like, they've tried to manage that aspect somehow. Do you understand? Okay.
Yeah.
But we are not paying them, or we've not elected them as government just to come and do one bit and leave the bit. It's like Akwantufuo doing school education or SSS, not all school crowd, just SSS. And he feels, yeah, I've done enough. I've done a lot. Meanwhile, it's a minute aspect of the whole thing.
Okay.
Do you understand? It's minute aspect.
Okay, Abe.
Yeah.
Abe, me who say Sam Abaso ho. Ye bia na obi pam no. Ye mbisa no kwan so na bia na obibi kakra ede man.
Okay.
Obasafo akwaba mse me who say wa ba so wo bre a ne abedi nkombo ana say oba be tie bi keke. Ba ma so.
I didn't say just say I found my band today. I mean take a class.
We take a grandson. Yeah. Now baby I will feel hoboko there.
Yeah, be able to add in BBC and
Oh, BBNC says this year, some hono gas no cost kakra. Who's your motor say $5?
I think so. Yeah, last one I checked, like 450 something. Yeah.
Yeah, so you turn this. That means the last time it will be a 469. Or and the boy adding a cranting.
Yeah, no boy. Then I think they're 460 something. You're right, by me. Your BJ's membership until I get it for like
Oh, BJ. Okay. Yeah.
I get it for like 415. But yeah, no boy then. No boy then. It's my biggest thing right now, which I hate. Because when I make a check up personality, it used to cost me like 20, 25. Now I'm like 35 to almost $40.
Yeah.
Which that makes sense.
Ebe sisi papa or China say or to near my team free on number and near my akoye.
And that's why he's bringing money. He's bringing more money.
Right. I hope so. I hope so.
He's in China. Xi Jinping one no so yani Taiwan say when mo hwe na mo number 2 mo. Anyway, okay, Sam what about touch on we take a class everybody
Yeah.
na person obam bia yeah o me o framework you on man. Right.
Yeah. So anyway, we Thursday or whatever.
Reflective Thursday. So whatever that
Thursday.
during the week, it try when this will say okay can yeah what the yeah. I mean we'll be happy to hear from you.
But I'm in throw way into the air. I was
Go
listening
ahead.
to a radio station before I came. Not all more apparently Ghana hosts some kind of games.
Oh
And
yeah. All African
and then
obviously senior games and have visa.
yeah, but it's like apparently it is it's like at the in the bro man because
Wow.
equipment's good, athletes are not getting enough food, media coverage, like people are having to buy their own data to cover the whole program. At your boss South African invading or same to giving egg. They want him to eat just half an egg. It's
No.
so apparently
Who host you? Who you host that? Who now offer all this auxiliary cost na and I said
well, that's the thing. Now more constantly athletes now to go for bad, they pay to be there. These countries pay to be here. So
okay.
they don't perhaps it's not so expensive. Like it's not they might not pay everything, but as a host nation, it's your duty to make sure some football fair they are well taken care of, especially the athletes. Like DDA money way and I say anything in Buso. And nothing ever catch us a chicken and for chicken back home. Ultimate for chicken because I say for half an egg, ultimate for a whole egg. So
Well, Pastor Poe, I thought so now no also na na do no ye bi o mo kire say ye boka the buy $15 million na nu aduane ma o tun say bi
well
a eno so nti
and
na
that's
ma
the
we
problem. And then not more constantly the way yeah politics or Ghana and so on. It's like Nanado yeah and I think almost ball at
mm,
least it wasn't perfect, but let's say maybe it was 70, 70, 80% good. Here's a
okay.
case now we have a new administration who is trying to prove a point, say, yeah, they're young boka. And in the process of yeah, they're young boka,
Bi ni
you
ngwa
go
sia ba.
see an so so it's like by it's not and somehow down beyond kind and into they don't want to
Mm.
go spending the money because they feel say they spend the money now. People will say, hey, sit down on passive and no spending see. And also about the same thing. And it's all comes down to the way yeah, politics. So if the other
Nti
song score
opa
point,
just e kanu a ye boy no was for a good cause though ye boka there but it was for a good cause.
yeah, your ball card, yeah, and answer was for at the end, and I think it's based off of how we held that last event. It was
Yeah.
part of the reason why in Pokra we were awarded this specific competition because
Oh,
I think someone said it was a lot of
okay.
countries that had wanted to host this, but based on our performance from last time, that's why we were awarded this one as well. You know, and it
Mm.
was funny enough because like a couple of weeks ago they were interviewing I think the guy who's in charge. And he was saying, say, oh yeah, you basically advertise it because initially no one say even crowd that agro and there hasn't been enough marketing about it. Like the average Ghanaian doesn't
Me
even know
too
about it.
bibia. Only
Exactly.
yesterday the most Obi
Exactly.
used to poll voting na poll na kubu no me ade. So far
Exactly. So
mante ho hwe.
they didn't put enough funding behind it. They didn't make like the Ministry of Finance or a top person or whoever who is in charge of finance. They didn't put enough money on like money and it's like if you're not ready, back to the point that Abe always saying, we don't plan things. If we feel like we're not ready now, simple and yeah, hey, yeah, you win but we feel like we're not ready. Yeah, for more because here's a case now, Yamanaba, and then we are these athletes from South Africa. It's all called Twitter. I mean, Twitter. So yesterday we had Nigeria for saying and in South Africa for like the whole continent to be a shame in Ghana. No, it's this is Ghana. It shouldn't be this way because at the end of the day, no, so and then I have a personality kind of as a whole. They say someone can NDC and someone can NPPO. You promise to
Ghana.
Ghana, and we
Na,
always
na, 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 in your opinion, no, non-availability of personnel and funding.
it's lack of funding because if the funding was there now, the people now they were ready to do the work. They're ready to cater. They're ready to make sure say they will advertise like throughout the city. Accra, they were ready to make sure say there's buses available for people to get to the stadium. Like the organizers were ready to do the work, but there's no funding. Maybe like I say, stadiums now are empty. Why? Because there's no funding to, charter these buses and put them in the right places to make sure people get to the stadium because it's a free event. But at the same time, they were supposed to bus the people to the stadium, but the buses are not
Mm.
available. So it's all I say, Sikana Amba, Sikana Ana Amba. Why? Nobody seems to know why.
Because they wanted to prove a certain narrative.
They want exactly because of that one some more kind and they want to prove something else. And in the process of doing that, and in any case, so October now planning and audition, yeah, you could have still proved your point and maybe said, I don't know, almost
Yeah,
spending
and
15, I give you
then how
just
no.
spending 10. So
Who is our mind on? Bibia quiet. Bibia yeah, micromanaging from the very top echelon. Oh, decentralization has to come in, and there must be the state. The state should be different from the government. Any ministry for trying to say sport can on my leadership in the based on whoever wins the election. But apart from leadership, minister any deputy, one should be institutionalized.
yeah.
Nti no more program wɔ hɔnom a ɔmo ɛhwɛ ho ɛde manage that very ministry, and regardless of whoever comes from the Ostucaster. But bibia yaka bibia bom.
Yeah, I can't be a bomb. I can't be a bomb. Meanwhile, president and then now like, oh yeah, I'll have 300. I mean, three whatever million to, make sure this cool be working okay. It's like the OBS or an OBA the okay. Just making announcements and that'll be kind. We become a country of slogans and whatever. Like slogan, near cat is sword. Yeah, my slogan near cat is sword. But meanwhile, things are not actually happening. And I don't know why people champion this all the time. But anyway, moving come on.
Anyway, that's it. Yeah, that's why my office. Anyway, there your pass the other two more running or more tournament we organ I'm saying near mentioned but comes to the same problem. My first manage your mind Ghana no and shadanko ye papa. Mr. Ajimai, what line is so?
Yeah, no also.
Okay, so what's in command? I mean, a Kantanka Edino or tournament because for Ghana. I'm say Eddie and Ngwasika Kraba. Adentia. Cause Bakubia a MPP no more be more year no. See a walk out. Inti we muso abesha omutim send this then ye be there yam moka bebre. So and so I'm so akakofa Ngwase about just say online no amount for trade Ghana. And Ngwase so mpani for say enye matakre ni apam like say. Ebenezer, this is how far we've come.
Idea, tournament yeah.
Obviously African African tournament athletes okay what all African games
And preparations.
all African games now been the facilities needed Legon Stadium yɛkeka facilities ne deɛ wɔ hɔ na mmom sika a yɛde ɛbɔ ho bra deɛ yɛde bɔ ho dawuro yɛde nnua nduane ama hɔho a mobile bɛ contest no ne adeɛ no firi hɔ a ɛsɛ woma bus because the last time na MPP for year bi no yeah the organizers no ɔmo bɔ ɔka ba ɔmo yɛ adeɛ paa ɔmo buses wɔ efinkran ɛkɔ various centers no akyi sɛ brebia no tumo sɛ spectators are filling stadium no ma wodi agorɔ no sɛ spectators so by ama agorɔ no so yɛ dɛn ɛkɔ n'anim so manfoɔ ekyia app ni nyinaa no ɛna ɛma so ɛkɔ n'anim but this time round I think sɛ nneɛma ankɔ te sɛ deɛ manfoɔ ɛka no no ɛyi wɔfa gyima mpakyɛ gyina so ma me na prince apagya ne sɛ bi ɔde bibi ɛba deɛ yɛdi nkɔmmɔ yi wɔfa prince
ebi na sɛ obi me timi na nti to aso
kana a accident and as there you really want to
mute.
Oh, okay. Say you bio and that reflective Thursday. You share co-worker tell monument in Tintano so near there. Bibia Okunhu office be enrich the program and those that are listening to us from the mother from Efiano, Ghana no so Bamar so ya tabre.
Oh, let me just pack na kaza.
Oh no, pack the any na esas ya na bia wa bai ye nimbre a mbredodo a wo nti no. Mpanimfo se akwansesem dentina utuntasiri gu nsuo na akawa befa kon. So
About I just say Bombardier is not ready. Let me chip something before he comes.
I don't know ready.
Okay, Bombardier, hold on. Let's listen to Abby. Go ahead. Just
let me ask you something. You know, when back home the chicken we have, those the hen is the one which makes the noise.
The straight no. The other
the
one.
Cock.
The cock, yeah.
You see, when some of these cocks, sometimes you see them very small, but they want to behave like they are adults. Have you observed that?
Yeah, sometimes it do happens, yeah.
Yeah, small one, he has not reached adult. I want to blow the thing like adults. That is the state Ghana is in. This week, I think Akwantufuo
say your chipping is not your turn. Let me.
Yeah, quick one. Let me haven't landed. I was just illustrating. This week, Akwantufuo has published that Ghana is the biggest economy in Africa. So we are talking about money. And they mentioned about 118 billion GDP.
Ghana has the biggest economy in Africa.
Yes, with GDP of $118 billion.
No. Where did he say that?
When I finish, I'll find it and send it to you, put it on the platform. Do you understand? So if you are the biggest economy in Africa, you must be able to shoulder some of these expenses.
So Ghana pass Nigeria and South Africa.
That is what they are saying.
South Africa is the largest economy. Now by Egypt, now by Nigeria.
There's a publication. Let me see where I saw this thing. Do you understand? No, I just you see these small cocks.
Africa, we are the 11th Africa, and we are
these small cocks. When they haven't reached adulthood, they say they want to blow like the big one. This is what happens.
Prince, I be away for all the end, friend. I be there. When you have to force in the end, that will be other.
I say, I be there. This is a so trade you so say infrastructure. You bet you
go Prince.
Yeah, what that last day of Obama 20.
Last day. Oh, one pam.
And the other say, and I know say, yeah. Timothy ekojina baby ekasa meka Timothy and say baomia say na the Timothy nti is the
again Timothy
so say any Christian name no Timothy nti
oh really
Timothy yes be a bit Timothy Mahmoud baum na we Timothy the frizo na said the enemy no kojina baby say no chinina or twatwa and some about na asem can say Ghana's democracy and free speech na under siege. Na de nyina say na so hwema was expressing concern over what he called persistent attacks, arrests, detentions, and what he described as unconscionable bail conditions. Na osisa no nyinaa ekɔ so since NDC no ba power and office January 7, 2025 no. Na ohwemu a incident aba no bi yɛ arrest detention ɛna na sɛ yɛkye aberante bi friend David Esando yɛkɔkyee no sɛ wɔ make comment online about the return of Dumso. Osabo Kwame Bamfo abronya nso ka ho. Ɛsɛ ne nyinaa na undermine free expression no ɛna Magana democratic governance no ɛkɔ n'akyi. Na ɔno deɛ ohwɛ mu a ɔmo di saa de n'akyi yɛ combination of executive no ɛna state investigative general agencies no sɛ BNN for no CID for no count and some elements within the judiciary use intimidation and harassment silence new patriotic party no. Na ɔno deɛ ɔsɛ ogidi sɛ ɔmo involve abuse of power no sɛ nan kwame bi sɛ ɔbɛyɛ president deɛ a ɛneɛ they will be held accountable in the future, adding that the day of accountability will come. Now, Osima may wiki Ghana democracy no through intimidation or abuse of authority no. Na asema or the bekai na nkofokra say, hey, baumia CG ko yusu kra de. You say exaggeration and answer hyperbole kakra. Say Ghana democracy under siege. Me once wo kase o. Obia democracy under siege de senka ka wo mali ni Nigeria mu na yi dia na nka de kura nkwa umbeba bontin kura no akasa na wo aba bontin kura wo aba platform kura obi a mechi wonya hwe na wo enjoy all the democracy utumi call abochire ko ye lectureship de opebia na wasa ba Ghana so say Ghana democracy and free speech under siege. So medical kajem say you can say sometimes you use some terms and phrases loosely. You mean as a free speech. Article 21 eka yes said the me de beto ho no say Article 21 catch obia say we have what all persons shall have the right to a freedom of speech and expression, which shall include freedom of the press and other media. But ye were who so so maka the constitution there on waka say we are the body but on can consequence we are yem fan say body betimo so once be and no na be criminal offenses act of 1960 ye call republic no na ye deciding by yen say no no so one acts in any sections you know untimi me sorry ka say freedom of speech na me buy ya be say bi e just say wako robi draws person na say na yede te kwan be say eh na say wo twin plan na yede betimi da kokoto nti wo yes na eno e friend slander me de man na e defame no ana say makoche okuru
party no say you want a remedy wo ha enya criminal
o say
you want a remedy wo libel obi a you want a remedy wo hon ma be seek redress but it may not necessarily be a criminal act
ukọ eyina o kire wo say e be a misdemeanor enya say bia ukọ say ukọ ye rebata na yin it can be say ukọ court make say bia koye rejoinder na rebata na say bibisa na say kopache na say demeanor no whatever constitute misdemeanor no or the bema ene sanso libel no na ekro wakata ade no ite no mebi wo ha your fans oh ne ye twa libel mu na yi but eno mebi won so a ye ntwa mu so hu enti ukogina koye photoshop ene ye wo electronic communication act of 2022 the MP government de buy sa no man say ukoye photoshop ukoyi so AI de ko twa obi yi sa no men nyina e wo ho am pass ye because what was the intention of it na omuso use bia NDC sponsor ye mu no tie ne ye nkoye ne mpa nkoje no omuso de chi nkofo bebre omo gise mu ye pro NDC journalist omo gise mu ye nyina ye cheche mu nyina kogu mu hwe abronya begina radio so odidi atem ekache mahama kran na sebi okoto ne yire obi kra fa ne yire okoye we say nyina slander slander. It doesn't matter say president or ye president so obi kra no just mu ye dina ko court kran pa ye man e kra was aba ya no was akoto radio so
na eno no na ye politics ana ye share personal vindictive say de ntina ya omo yesa
A politics is a personal no. Say, I was a Ghana, no, the politics of insult na say, and no na a pedigree as we are no wako. Who call no to us away on gentle, you just say be a winner by a stupid mindset. Say, did the attempt na you say yes or it is as if we test con of the MPP and 10 of the NDC no campus no musha say ni abruhu bia na dia baso do jujumwa or mom co test contest and 10 o man young guys no am be leadership no because o na did the attempt more and say yes it abron yan way we know
Okay. Babies with
I o nyina so eti no nyina nti wo so mo ana be shenti no ebedu bebre no nti obe catch you say massa said ye ko school a ye bedu a resume ni CVs CV no said that she been say adwuma ba wo de wo master's degree and is a doctor of PhD ne wo doctor of pharmacy ni sa no man nyina wo da kope adwuma no omo so bedu omo so political resume with insult nti that she wa catch massa se me pe MPP and NDC organizer kai say my different party no me di atem yie nti media ma no ya nti ma di atem ama yedim koto prison nyina nti bo say akwa wakwa ma party no ye nkwohwe obi a wotwa o card bearer member party member wotwa dizo ye pedia na no odin so we call Criminal Offences Act of 1960 Act 29 section 207 I will say any person in any public place or at any public meeting uses threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior with intent to provoke a breach of the peace or whereby a breach of the peace is likely to be occasioned shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. That's Criminal Act in Section 207. Of course, Section 208 now. Any person who publishes or reproduces any statement, rumor, or report which is likely to cause fear and alarm to the public or to disturb the public peace, knowing or having reason to believe that the statement, rumor, or report is false is guilty of a misdemeanor. It is no defense to a charge under Section 1 that the person charged did not know or did not have reason to believe that the statement, rumor, or report was false unless he proves that prior to publication he took reasonable measures to verify the accuracy of the statement, rumor, or report. And to freedom of speech, it doesn't say they be a Russia for a proverb say trust but verify. There be assassin a platform so. So who could trust in us so verify say no credit no bet make. Dr. Anna Nikofa American oba a you conference about HIV and protection no. Eba if on kan am akofo you tonight. On why but was say any bonenu cry from Adam and Satan akofo meet the president no. And one day the control do Anna na for obi anko court cause on why you tum sampa. It has some no they say they can say no kwana say kadia only person can was on kwano on timi ko say enye no kre. But say if you
Bombardie uni me ha baako. Me ha baako pa say emra no yesi wohwe emra no ne sembo no kra no a ayo oba yede ade akata nani no okuta scale. Yesi onim benkum enim nimfa. The onim ne ade ekura no. So but here is the case that the course ebra MPP wa ba nipa echi wo mugumu for saadi we mu yina na omu ye NDC sympathizers. This meanwhile no there were other MPP sympathizers or Modi Mohammedin libelious offense statement when they were online. The same thing is being repeated. Me hu Nana Akufo-Addo I bi cry e dey abobi aye ni ti e dey chebi ahye no I mean the king of thieves ne ne manema no ne ade na de na no wo mo kura tumi sese no so wo mo che sai nipa ni bi say we your opposition leader or your opposition leader na so your past president ko asem a wo kan ugu no hu fi no ade ne yen hu anu bi hu say no aye ade e ba ha ya adwen dako
ampa eninti or say by I can say equity and equality. So some can you say electron say no say shemra emran towards a bias against so that's it. And shemra say a second of no ye say a second one side partner I know nam
yeah
and it was say you said that say Mama so ye ya galamsey protection na enye ne onu kwa ye mama ne yere ne mama boa. So as say kwa no kwa ye nyanka wa say your board you said that to board that ye hwe ne yere ne man ye some position. Aye a brand abo ma ne nkofo wu ye o ma ne bo ma nya no kwa na o ma ne bo ma nkwa na ye ka na wa say as de o ma ma ka no kwa o ma ngu bi o. So mama ye yeah, the endowment fund ama ne yire ne ma na se kwa say ma ne yire positions and ma ye po bia kwa abuchiri akra na nye ne ba ne ne ko ye enti o say timi se de o ka no enti scale na ekuta no chain no eye equal it is a woman ye a left and right wo so hu nye hi o wo so kan no MPP was na o ma ye che o nyina ya nkwachi obi a and this one kwa and this one so ban so o ma ye che o nyina so ye MPP po bam de bia me kan say
no ye de couple menemu ye de no echichiri kro
because any na me kan ba o me di ba o so so be president or be prosecute a prosecute it o opposition no o ye list o eti okuja to mu nyina ne samjo mu nyina no obi bia we NDC ni sese ya o hu so ye de so so ba o be eti no bi kas antena ka ba o mianko ka se bia yenye conference kana yen frefre na yen jijo na se
Petro
me wa ha me
we ya quick one eh obi say adenti na ne bomba de ba o ma advocate say yenya no kure integrity e wo ma nim na sa jank ya o emra o de ba no kure bi anim say ye be chi wa say because wo no unu kama fo bia no na science hunu na bia wo mu di o ma nim sa na ono ba o ma advocate say we need honesty integrity in leadership na sa
papa menye bia na just say ka me kan wasem say me say
David your can to was it you say no ba yeah oba catch us abani you now for all these things are abani you know if there is no integrity there is no honesty you tell us where would we go because
but asama me kan no about say abana ya de na enya so me gina so no eno ntro na say enye no kure me bana say abana ya de a me ka de ntia wa ya de e bia me see foreign exchange me see true na say true either true or false me kasa abana ye kwan me di YouTube normal na omo ankasa Ghana for na say ye kwan ena maka je say abana so lapses and so me kan de bia say abana so enu che say abana bibi o ye bia correct etu timi ka je say bia aban aye kwan na yinti say no maybe church and no so ye notify the papa na wa
say oka ekwan any nasifo so I've shared several stories around here about how if we were running our private businesses the way you see running say how we are running government businesses actually if we were to run it in our private businesses what would happen so it's because we don't have that discipline, we don't have the dedication, the integrity, the honesty running businesses in governance. So right, and maybe I stand from the viewpoint to say if we have that element of honesty, if we have that element of integrity, dedication, discipline, everything will fall in this place because if we have integrity, discipline, dedication, you know, say you are not capable at that present moment to take up the job, you will take it. And she said, out of blind support, let's say president a time a human amount, so no, because you helped me to come into power. And she we say, let's say why a human amount, you know very well, say you are not in that position to do the job. You wouldn't take the job. But what do we see? So, and we that element it is not there. It is simply not present. And only I say, I don't think that's any man. I also what I said of Christ, no man. It is like the doctor didn't go by romance, no, the boy tree. Umama boy tree, no woman, no more. Then we know, ya catch you know, I say,
almost abanye hwe na and you say, Africa say Ghana economic run at the biggest. And so, who can you say, yeah, because a rubbish. And so, and you say, Ghana economic biggest.
Don't let someone who is down reduce you to their level. Why? Don't let someone who is down reduce you to their level.
Say president, I can say, oh, me the Juma will might be a
Papa Sprally, so are you telling me I'm down?
I don't know. Who the carpet? Let them wear it.
I'll put it on Samu. I'll put it on Samu.
Papa,
who the carpet? Let them wear it.
President, no, I'm Obi Ejuma say what policies you now Minister of Health. No one himself to me you and so back here. And none me catch you say there be a blaming leaders. No, what about one more? Or put say honest Neka was an integrity. One case I wouldn't say voter ID card. We 18 years, but you are not of sound mind. 10 years, we 18.
And then they measure sound mind.
I know you are 80, but say we are honest person. One case you said you can subconscious mind catch it out. So me I got some argument and you're correct. So that's it. And so that's it. And now, wouldn't say Kopo Yokoto Bamumi, or we armed robbers, but you have become a dishonest to the state. Say, Mekwa Kotwa, Akoya, Abaya Makoino, or Baby, Nayasab, Amankopo, Benya composer, or Bocasatiano, and wouldn't say Akoya Kotwa Bama Nizuno, but yet you are the alternatives. 85 million to Mama Andy's in the MPP, no, or when you honest to the nation say, because any NDC and the MPP and ye attack woman, so any. Nanya dear. No, you confer ballot papers now. You other independence on other parties also. I didn't know women and call for people of integrity and a part of integrity. Not illiteracy now. I got trauma in the area. You see, and yet, not just a young person, you dishonest illiterate. Because 5 plus 5 is 10 million. That's 98.9% of I can't say mom got and we also have to start from the grassroots. Next year, the entity because in Kuman, Eka say we can manage ourselves, or Kabibi answer, and not say unless we have the change of minds and attitudes. So that's it. Because they say we make about me as me. On was on ya there's also one so open the pen and paper, bet you no so all the cartoons say persistent attacks, one year persistent attacks, arrest, detention. Also quite in this mobile so the same as someone in this was where the Eka. It is out two parties.
Asama Papa Small Busa, we the way also pivot here, the way of the media. There are two different things.
What do you want to hear?
No, didn't come and sign up Papa Small Bearman, you know. He can decide to, to respond to it. He can decide to go on with whatever he wants.
Now, Baumiakas about freedom of a say is under siege, you know. World Press Freedom Index wants to say Ghana has jumped from 52nd spot in the previous rankings to 39th in the latest edition. Obia Baumiaka say Yemo Obia Quine freedom of speech in one it has been manhandled. No, World Press Freedoms to say your freedoms also a course of and can enable that 52. This year you're about 39. You're jumping about almost 14 or 13 places. Which is very, very recommendable. You were 195 countries. So now you're better 59. The number of countries are Ghana to
Bombardier, the World Freedom Ranking, do they have America inside?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they do. America will buy 70 something.
No, let Bombardier compare the ranking. Where is America?
No, America is.
You can go and find that. Do I have to tell you everything? There's a ranking, so go and type World Bank, whatever I have typed.
America is somewhere 65 or 67 or something. Ghana is even lower than America.
America is not the top. Don't ever think that America is top.
No. The reason why I'm asking you this is normally America doesn't get involved in these sort of things. They don't take this.
I can tell you the countries that Ghana is Ghana.
No, they're not interested in America because why would they rank Ghana and leave other people? My problem with these international things is this. We don't need these people if we are managing ourselves well. We don't need these people to be telling us what is free or what is not. We should be thinking for ourselves.
But so they shouldn't make ranking when they said that Sweden is the happiest country. Doesn't mean that Sweden is not doing anything. They are doing their ranking, so it also helps you because it's an.
No, Ghana, are we doing a ranking? Are we doing a ranking?
Are we doing a ranking about what?
When was the last time? When was the last time? When was the last time Ghana measured or published? Yes. So when was the last time Ghana published its own ranking?
Hold on. Right.
Countries are more above Ghana, first to 38 in Norway, Netherlands, Estonia, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Ireland, Switzerland, Luxembourg, Portugal, Czech Republic, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Germany, Lithuania, Belgium, Latvia, United Kingdom, Austria, Canada, South Africa, New Zealand, Namibia, Fiji, France, Jamaica, Poland, Thailand, Taiwan, Spain, and East Timor, Moldova, Trinidad and Tobago, Australia, Suriname, Seychelles, Slovenia, Slovakia, Costa Rica, na Ghana, na etwa
Bomba the only problem with survey I know more. Data so. You know, your boy who about to say 50 something, near be 30 something. 30 from number 1 up to 2, which means there are still some personalities be wo Ghana honoma. Na nipa Ghana for be wo honoma. You don't want data, but affect you personally. Is any pan okay chance Ghana free 50 about be even 25 cry. On no feeling it personally. He is feeling it. On in a bush of feeling. How can we you better the is any man in every because the Kwanya and a roar this government he play or bra Kevin Taylor fee abrochiri by Ghana no mu. But when it say of no kwachi obi afofobia. You are doing a disservice to Mother Ghana. I'm wondering why their conscience does not prick them. I mean, to see their way clear. I don't know why they choose to do that. That's my problem. On fairness is not in whatever we do. Very partisan, very parochial, and the emphasis had the answer in Chichiro, my. You know,
okay. Ghana, if you know, the evidence say Ghana Journalists Association na yachichi omubina some other factions of the political parties and they can say na yachichi journalists no one day ebo ababaso. Say it was particularly encouraged by Ghana's improved performance on the World Press Freedom Index published by Reporters Without Borders, where the country moved from 52nd to 39th. Okay. This is significant progress, reflects improvements across all 5 key indicators assessed during the period. When you are buying Ghana Journalists Association, we take pride in this achievement, which underscores the impact of sustained advocacy, constructive engagement, and the unwavering commitment. And also, say they just say we don't have bottlenecks in the system. Say we don't have targeting arrest in this manner. But Yako 39, almost over. See a who say ABI truly say because some investigation, some or more report or more reporters. Who say ABI, we don't know say next year never 2027 no. Say arrest here be a buying because 2026 they look at the impact of 2025 because and yet you can't 2026 then just say the whole year of 26 year 2025 proper then ya report in 2026 2026 then beba 2027 ABI no na ABI be affected ti ABI 39 no say omu kohwem no say ampa ye chichi nkofo anymore be affected your position no because can we say you will baby 2002 2021 or 84 2021 or 84 into normal monitor into any permanent into you all that you have to do say either so be maintained now working on other side of the bar side of no maybe truly maybe chichi political targets for this anomaly but it just answer me kono so would you say and NDC free akonya so na say MPP bar the ye can was him to meye bia na say ebia so ebesu because president or MPP president or beba say you to abamla say MPP we near beba no also on swap and pen and paper and also accountability. So
All right, all right, all right. Ready, Petro. Oh, as someone who say now it takes my mind back to the matter of identities I bought, podcast I bought, no, and ran the previous day. So the matter of identities now. Now we say so what they to talk say they is running a nation no one. Are we using in the context of study we are the American running our nation, are we using the matter of identities as our reference point? Because so can be until like the say why? Who teaching Crawford, but someone now no yeah even sometimes it's how they when you comparison what you say and no you're more dreadful but just have Crawford so as you say I said or just because they have a particular identity, you know, whatever they are doing, it's okay. Now, if I don't want to, now Bombardier can say, who Bobusa says, Abamu Froba, and Yadia or Baby, Sanyama, Abamu, be among other things. Salvataya, every Busa say, what examples of Anna, the present administration, should set for future administrations? And now, what example should the present opposition should also set for future oppositions? Petro, that question we okay. I know you have any examples by present administration setting because example I was setting up and eventually the in the next administration. Believe you me, it's said a Bombardier airplane. By the actions of the present administration, example Ben or set here to Honor say when you Honor that's what Bano baby before fra. Yes, me for cry because we saw something better in the previous administration. Examples by and was set it. Petron, over to you.
You me that's it. Personally, they are okay in no. The shoe or there must be a breaking point. It's a sacrifice. So I say for a bobby bem. I say to watch a be bem. But me na me imagine say abai otiti or the cassette will be by resetting. That was that resetting, no, they would have factored in all these aspects. They would have factored in all these aspects. Near me question no. Oh, kasa a healing no. Oh, what the young opposition many are there in a young baby chan. Me nuanom. Your man Ghana back open in a wo. Na Ghana ne kan kontina. I see a to aba, I see nipa fufuro bedi ya so no many are there. But sadia young kwama ye di no in 10 towns so radio so no many are there. And how best can we address this issue? Then kwaya say yedi tumi ama aban bi ntino wo tumi dodo. Tumi no ebe free wonsa wo. This power will go. Oh, this power will go. Hungry. It's a hungry president. But now, so Chichi Amanfo Gumu court now, yeah, 16 years. Since I have to abet him. It's Ubeko. Now, no corner say. Oh, it is Papa Smiley. Maybe dear, baby, I might be a good do it in a time. I make say, MPP and this, they are all the same. One within a sister. As they depend on more when the leadership has to change the way they do things. Because said the Omwa I 32 years ago, 34 years ago, and found Punto Papa Biambe, yet they sika one more. Say in Chichiba, a jazz agreement a case now to hold. A jazz agreement case, I didn't spend 200 million on your jet to hold. But the can't a broya yaquachino, ye can't we are yaquachino me in MPP for. So you wasting precious time in talking about things that does not bring healthy relationship to ourselves. Anyway, um,
Just
Pacho Juana,
real quick
yeah,
statement.
me too.
Yeah, you see, and sacrifice now kind of make sure they don't come over and say that. And that's why me personally, Otimenka.
Obama on this kakra, unkombo na ede, ti Obama on this kakra.
Yeah, no, Otimenka.
Yes, unka yepa, koso.
Yeah, it is an anime canon. Sacrifice, how kind of I agree, and as I said, to me make it that sacrifice, me personally, I take a stance to say, especially with the current administration with President Mahama, I thought say he was in a good spot to make that sacrifice. Again, Akufo-Addo could have done the same thing during his last term,
He
knowing
did
that
not.
he has nothing else to lose, but he didn't, and he's gone. So let bygones be bygones. This is where we have another president in the same situation now. He's held almost every office in the country, and he's not coming back again. It's like, what do you got to lose? Make
Nothing.
bold, make that sacrifice for Ghana. Forget about NDC, forget about whatever, and make these sacrifices for Ghana. Nanka Ghana into an amobi and code nim kakra. And Uncle Dan chain. You see, Abe always make the point. I think say he used to make the point, I should say. He used to make it a lot more saying to, these people did not plan when they were in opposition. These people did not do it. And clearly it's showing not on their brow like going on with the call back and forth. They don't plan, they don't do it. And it's showing. It has been one of his biggest things he always point to. And here we are, clearly we're seeing it again with supposedly Baumias, Sena Prince, Ebekai, Minsamoke you know, again, I haven't listened to the whole thing. I haven't read the whole thing, so I don't know exactly what he said. He might have said some good things, but if this is what being in opposition he's planning to do now, we can already see if, again, if he does become a president, where the country will be heading towards. Instead of spending the time, instead of making that statement and I'll buy an house into, oh, the name and Crawford, this is what we're planning, and this is what we will do. Boom, 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 A, B, C, D. And the baby will accomplish it. Instead of say me bad, so on, yes, so you bet the prosecutor, if I could see him now, that would give Ghanaians some sort of idea, say, oh, bad, this is where the country will be heading towards. So I hope, say, Ghana for Mutie, they will understand and kind of see, okay, Akwawe or bad, this is where we'll be heading towards. Idea happening and then the same thing it'll be happening back then. And now I'm beginning to understand more why Abe always made that point. You need to be planning in a position idea about base. That way, you hit the ground and running. And that's what bet now what area, not fear now or over share one or two how to do certain things. He's not planning. Instead, he's making this statement, telling us, at least me personally, telling me, say, Oba, this is one of his biggest, you know, one of his biggest thing he's going to do. And that it's like it doesn't tell me, say, you have any vision or you have any vision for Ghana or you don't have any goal as to where you're going to take the country. That statement, for me, if I was to vote now, it would turn me off. And so, I just wanted to make that point. They need to be planning and planning better while they're in opposition. So it can help us at least give us a glimpse of life where they'll be taking the country. And I hope so every Ghanaian can reason and look into these speeches they're giving. Do that.
Now, Obasafo, unye
Mhm.
nisu say, sir, I praises are, yeah, praises are we shower on them, we shower on their praises, and so can be more swollen headed.
Yeah, 100%. Because me sure it's as some now kind and pokra wrong. I'm sure he made this statement in front of whether it was a letter or whatever. I'm not sure how he made it, but let's assume see he made it in a press conference or whatever. I would have
No, or you
assumed
should
say,
have or you should communicate. Me who let you know, baby. Yeah.
well, it would have been, for somebody to reach out to him and question him, and but I'm sure say, oh my, obi atena hɔ nom, I praise, obi atena hɔ nom, I shawana, obi atena hɔ nom, raising, like, yes, or by bay. So I agree with you 100%. Consistently praising them, consistently telling them, consistently defending them, use whatever word you want, it encourages them to keep on behaving the way they're behaving towards the country and consistently keep away, getting away with it. Because when you say, oh, yeah, dear, crack, or so no, but it, or yeah, dear, still oh man, a toffee, oh man, a cookies, who praising that. Do you think that kid is going to change? Of course not, because
Wait,
when you
wait,
see
we're
your
not
baby, I know, ne papa no, he will keep on doing the same thing, and that's as simple as that.
anyway. Mr. Jima, I'm saying what I watch it. Say every baby what do contribution about your second round.
I'm going to me yeah you are my team
Okay.
coach any my breakfast.
Or do chop but when you chibum or ya cry when you that.
Obajima now yes what you go to the I'm going to say I'm just say that a friend vegetable the oil and yeah papa.
Or the
Oh, which
olive
one
oil
is
and
olive
that's
oil?
sunflower.
Olive oil.
Olive,
Me
right?
sure avocado. No, wait, me sure avocado oil. Avocado
Hey,
oil.
and those are the
Avocado.
Oil spray. Yeah.
hey avocado that do
Avocado no
avocado.
yeah
So the who knew ya say come on no. Fairly say this out to get. Oh yeah, say avocado.
All now,
I mean trying to see how they who need it.
you just olive oil, so making sure
Your
to
virgin cow, your extra virgin.
what just one sauce. If you offer bought almost so much from Italy, from Greece, from Hana Monument,
Okay.
just one sauce. From
Okay.
just from East, just from
Your
Italy, just from Greek. Combined
Okay.
conflict, and no men, I don't know all that great.
just a one
Okay.
who avocado oil spray. I don't know.
Avocado.
Yeah.
Avocado no can is me cry you. Penya no.
Avocado.
Americanize it.
Papa.
And the dear guacamole no, the body rough.
Okay. And then everybody down him. Mr. Joseph Abe. Mr. Do so your second round.
Yeah, just say.
On
Yeah, so Dr. Ajiman said he has used avocado oil.
that's what he just said.
Yeah, one man be said it is only human beings who will spray their plants and their farms so that no other no other animal or predator will eat their thing. Then they themselves will come and eat the fruit. Right? We don't want anybody to eat it, but we will eat it. The poison, no. So I think when you are selfish, this is what happens to you. Because we all grew up or we were born into a world which says everybody should eat his or her part. But no. We don't want the animals to survive. We want to control them anyhow, and in the end we control ourselves too. So that is where we are. I just say, you see, the reason why I quoted that, anyway, to react to what Bombardier, look, I expect Ghana to be collecting its own data and deriving its own reports about the level of freedom of speech, freedom of this, to measure it ourselves. We can use this international report as benchmarks. We don't have to sit down and always rely on them. Education ranking, we rely on them. Transparency ranking, we rely on them. Everything. So in areas where they are not doing because they don't need it, we don't have these mechanisms. But we need this sort of measurements and so on to know whether we are progressing or not. But we don't think like that. We have to wait. And the government of the day If these international reports come and it doesn't favor them, they discount it. You understand? They discount it. Akwantufuo was saying Fitch and all those people were messing his ranking up. So where is that thing?
He said Africa must come out with their own mechanisms.
So where is it? Where is it? It's finished. Meanwhile, Oyibo doesn't sit down. They do it themselves. So they know whether they are doing well, whether their system is transparent enough, or what they should do to make the system transparent. We wait. And even when they come, we don't even implement whatever they say or whatever we need to do. So it's like we're inside Keke. In Ghana, we say Toyofo. Do you understand?
If we do our local ranking, will you believe it? Because you doubt everything. So if the Transparency International, they have been doing about the corruption, and they've been doing the corruption days, and sometimes they put the police on top, and people say no, and they say, oh, the judiciary. So if be honest, if our own local people do this thing, will you believe it? Because you say we should do our own thing.
Very, very good question.
Yeah, Bombardier. Yeah, you asked a very nice question. If we do it, do you understand? If we do it and it is objective, do you understand? We don't do it, or the people who do it don't wear MPP hats. The people who do it don't wear NDC hats. But they do it as Ghanaians. Do you understand? Because when you do it as NDC hat, if NDC is catching people anyhow or is doing, you will not cover that. Or you whitewash it. Do you understand? If I'm part of the team and I do it, I don't think any of you here without that. Because I don't care. I don't care because at the end of the day, I'm doing it for Ghana. I'm not doing it for NDC MPP. But if you allow Basintele to do it, you allow Biniwa to do it, how credible? Because the people who did it, they don't have any credibility.
The only problem you have in NDC is Basintele.
He despises his military way.
No, and that's anytime I use Basintele, it's a figure of speech.
Is it personal hatred or what?
No, it's a figure of speech.
Okay, I got you.
You understand? Because if I don't use Basintele, I'll use Minta Akando. Do you understand? Look, unfortunately, sometimes the way I say these things is like we joke. Either Papa Smale or somebody said, look, we have to reach a point by way of criticism or by way of holding these people account to the extent that when you are going to take up a job, you have, like this part of the world, when you are going to take up a job, you have to sit yourself down and evaluate. Now, can I do this job? Do I have the skill set? Because when you go and do a job here and you disgrace yourself, they sack you or whatever. It's not only the sack. When you are looking for reference, it will reflect. Everything you do to follow you.
Abi, just say our mode of appointment how kakra. And
that's the problem. Nobody holds anybody to account.
Now, listen, I was reading one issue be now say this guy say movie actor here or Parliament Defense Dumelu. Oh, deputy agric minister. How come?
But so which position have they given to Otokuno?
Otokuno, I'm sorry.
He's the Minister of State in charge of agric.
Look, Minister of State. Do you know that?
Yeah, he has a PhD in that. He has a PhD in that.
So what is the difference between Minister of State in charge of agric minister?
one is more of a cabinet. It's normal that they do that. We have the normal one, the Minister of State of Agri that go, but the one who, like when you go for cabinet and things that they are more like like adversarial to the president. So we have that kind of things there. So we said, oh, the Minister of State or your research in this no. So I say, Ubeka or no crown aside jute some of the other things crown cash you and one information crabber. It's your side the end of honum.
So he works under the Minister of Agri.
No, for the government he's not under the minister.
So couldn't he have been he have been the substantive minister? Or was
yes, he could have been. So maybe we can discuss that. Maybe
so it means his role is just a cost on the state of Ghana.
Well, you can argue on that, but there's something that I want governors know.
No, is that what?
Is it doing a good job now?
So when your role cannot be properly costed, what good job do they expect from you?
I mean,
just a
simple question. I'm just wondering, whether he qualifies for the job or not. Since he's been in there, is he performing?
Time when him our qualification many are there, so about PhD, but he says I can't cry by the substantive minister, minister in charge of Agri at the presidency.
Yeah.
It's nice in the portfolio, no others say a little bit lower than the minister or
it's not necessary. It's not necessary.
The duplication of duties.
But my whole thing is it performing since he's been there?
So no performer there. Now it's a minister, so standing minister and the man is like your deputy minister.
I guess the point I'm trying to say is, I guess where I'm trying to get to is that perhaps he didn't qualify for whatever the case may be.
No, he qualifies some, but he's not in the good books of the president. He's not in the good books of the president. So.
Oh yeah, that could also be the point. It's not in a good day. When you've been a man for the man, okay, then let's create some position before him.
In March 2025, he was appointed by President John Dramani Mahama as Director, Presidential Initiatives in Agriculture and Agribusiness at the presidency. So, Director, Presidential Initiatives.
You look and share. That's all it is.
Well, we can say that it's one of the way we can.
Exactly. So you see, somebody has come to defend the thing. You understand? Yeah, somebody has come to defend it.
At the end of your case, and yet, David, Mr. Sam, and yet, all that said, Timbian, she had any right. Yeah, here's a Nippon or appointed no resource, Baba. Resource are ma, you bet also. But so far as
I was trying to.
Mr. Bwedi, where is the Feeding Ghana results?
Feeding Ghana
results. Feeding Ghana in Ebada Bay.
Ebada Bay, 3 days in Feeding
Ghana. Jobs for food for jobs. You got one question for 8 years old.
Oh, Bombardier, the feeding Ghana program. I think 3 to 6 months at the time the government came to power. That is why Mama went to Techima or somewhere to go and negotiate it. How many
have you
months
seen anything now? Wrong with now that said there's something wrong with the feeding program? And
we are not getting any results. Bombardier, if you grow cassava, 1 year now we shouldn't see anything.
But I've been reading about the excess of food that we are having now. Excess supply of food that even the government through the NAPCO is buying the food.
It's not from government initiative. Okay, Feeding Ghana program. Where is their office? Where's their office?
One by one, right? I'm saying,
who come a feeding program? And you see to say a Ghanaian woman, Mama, over tells it's fish a boa. What tells it's Mama did not for crack or to be able to say a warehouse well keeping it. because a boa feeding component of the free agents, because free agents there are two components. You were perishable ones, non-perishable. Non-perishable ones is once and by because tomatoes is at no. But perishable
Yeah.
any problem. Through the feeding program initiated on by
Okay.
So Bobadia, if we need to run our Greek sector on a hit or run like this, why does the government come out feeding the program?
Hit and run.
Abi, hold on. Albert, Albert, who obre Albert say yema official welcome na for all the kakra to me. So
He's kicking him, Mr. Bwedi is kicking him now because he wants to come and defend more. Come and defend.
Abi, we, Mr. Bwedi, Mr. Bwedi, Mama so. Abi, the Odina chi Albert Ukro.
No, I don't know who probably are or has. Oh, say, Obi Bafofra, or say, Nipa way, and that I've been on any PhD. I don't know, Otuko, they say, I'll say, Yamfano, Yamano position was Otuko, not I've been on a PhD. Then I know that. And Otuko, no, an experience, Ben, I will be, who name say, Otuko, no, or experience will wait, you know, where better send a minister Nankasa.
Mr. Bwedi,
Minister, no. One of your Greek minister.
A Greek minister, the almighty Akwawi, or a friend said, the war I have we.
Amabwa.
No, Amabwa is last minister.
Dynamic guy, yeah.
Just you see how Ejabwedi described the Greek minister, almighty.
No, almighty, yeah, that's a Rukoboku, very big. When it comes to DC sectors, Rukoboku is big.
To me, he's not almighty. I'm judging
you. I don't
almighty, wake up, almighty. Okay, you go. I'll be quiet now.
What El Kopoku? Once the entire American say El Kopoku a fantastic man. Me a Otuko no madam for no. Menene kasa sometimes menene kasa no year menene kasa. Timbia.
Yeah, for no mama.
Ono so good. The mami bisa no consent. Say or say me fama wa.
Okay.
Make me the amount. Or you free me sure so say me can or obey kasa me fama or you very good guy. Or a nice guy. No the only kasa will say yes or a nice guy. Now the entire American say a Greek one and kasa ko for do mako no. Aduane bebu. Hwe obi to say practical John Dumelo. Even though say no art na manfo nim say but practically no
agriculture guy crossing omunyina.
Oh, practically no oye ade na nkasa won nsa no. Me hu say
junior no.
Adwuma wo no.
Okay.
Won de ade na che. Nti me de say ye de adwuma de no mo bi na nipa no resource na ma. Ti say akoya ye de Greek man no so no ohun say gu afurumo so na ekọ. Ya mfa ka nti afurumo de so say gu afurumo so na omo kọ de a say omo de fertilizer na kọ. Owie no akosesa eno sa office ni be na am say be pese ye no. Onkosesa body emegu ministry ho na omo ni donkomi. Me sure say sa office na opese hu say Ghana bibi food ayi na. Ade ne say yenhwe oman no se ne oman ne ko. Sika opon sika bebrebe we nyina ade ama o say me no me yi ba ko ne say emfa won say mahama na abo ndc na abo tax na omo twebegu yeso bebre no. Menye ntum me mpese Ghana ni bi yakro betua tax mo biem. Because ye koko ye timber galamsey ya mutu sika ya ba nyina no ye nhye da hu ade papa bi amode ye mumu akonta papa bi ankyere ya na mo san ba se mo san ba gi ye sika kakra na se ye num galamsey nsuo na ye de beto aduru anom no eno so mo san ba gi se taxa me nhye da enye yi but ye be na nka mama so me si mi twa kwan akoto se north de ye o kan Kumasi na wadwa gum grain. And no by Jimmy tax or one, Mose, Sikana, Madame, or Buha Contana, why you adjuma. So was any idea anything. It's her 18 and found say, wait, and I say, win, also, and I say, winner, also give here and say, Ube deliver. May point no. And I say, Obi and soon to mean deliver there, and yet, and by phone or mobile, no, or mobile this can be no more bush and phone yappy. Enti nkura no mo ba no so senya mbekọ akoye mbekọ abonte na mako robo akoye scam ne amanfo abekyeom. Ye ma mo so opportunity no mo so nibi because ade nyina ye nyina ye japade. Enu ti na galamsey no mo kan ha na emesere no. Ye tia na obi mo betu galamsey 8 years. Ye baba mu a o se ye nya ne ye gya na ekena no ye san kwa busua kro na ne kurokuro na ne no mo te no. Ye bodwa ne afre nipa na betena ni because o ska galamsey ska na anso bi. Ono ne ba yare anu wanya kwan de ne kwa buruchiri na me nso ye nyina ye papa asase na mete ho enye possible sa ndc for na mpre unless
what about the environment no say dwumadie na say no
environment no say na yeties na yetim enti no enye possible say nipa no be pre ono so be divi nyina na asase de mo ka no eye pa o batenya de fe be fa obia so be o ka o guarantee atem no bia
of Albert Ghana ufi global so
if Ghana no kwa na meka no de mo ka no eye pa
me jiri za onya igweni omo water no hono de on omo ho so na say wo ase bi mfante achim ne asante de a
good what say me papa kuro ye de garamsi ase ho nyina manso kwata uduru ha anajo beto nsuom obeto amana mawu me ma me kuro mu so ye de bi aduru ho enti no se me nua panyini ne tu bi e na one ne yere ne ne made asi ne dan a na obeka kire me se ayi asase na ade ma ye nyina no no tu ase no me nya ba bi nigi kakra aka no me nya ne ho no no nsan fa ne sika mfa akire medi ana se bia me nim se oh ya ma me 4 years na bi kura nche betwam eti ono another 4 years no ba bibia ni ho metimi ne na akọ obesa betu ofa we ye sure say me metena ho se ono nso saa me 4 years me nse no ma me fo no ni nipa na omo tim na beka kyerem se me kohwini ma mobra oman na efim no ye different wo sika e wo se ne ye ma okonwa e de ma eti
Overbody, what answer the opportunity say kakra na aka na ebebo ho ban na asom me nipa no dodo no a eno so e
eno e good say ebebo ho ban na me kire se ba bia e wo no environment no se me bo ho ban a nipa na me bo ho ban ama na no obeka kire me say ye ntu garam say ne ho kire ne ye nto ne tools into obeto abatia me that and apart from that no krompo no say garam say ni ne ba no betue sika na se me ye mpia na se me ye eyi wo ha garam me time bia mba ya na se wo me bo man no ho ban etibi nya sika na ye kọ ATS ne so a galamsey ni ne disika ba betua ma nipa na ma bọ no ho ban no no watumi no wasa betu sa ATS ni bi tata me nso bi ni option bia because of say me buy man pesika ni bi enti no me ono etu ekra nsuo fra buchiri na me te ho a me bọ ho ban no me nom sa nsuo no otu so a me ni tumi bia so ho dia de ne enti ye ye kan no e very good but say ye be fa ne sesi apa no e be den no me na ba madafo baako me de ma no tama ye campaign na o elikopoku akwa college dada side o so ono ye man minister kura wonye na am say adan o so obekwa akoye asase no be rekremu asase no na asase amko rekremu de sika be na wo na o se me de maka kire o me position me pa ne se me ko forest no mo galemsa asase ye ko rekremu na se me pie 2 years ne ba out na minister bi wo sika se me ha na waka kire me
and I just okoye galamsey in at the disguise of reclaiming the land
sanity okoye also okoye
John start you
yes and so okoye class no mo wo ade na say de tie no o ka say reclaiming the land na okoye reclaiming no obeya ase no mo te wo no se si anso ampa o fra na onya network o me ko me ye ja ki na ni pa obushi ne ye adwuma yo sa first no so no America na o fra me o mo wini ya na oba afie
wow anyway
enti fight we no ya na enye easy mama na nkasa kura ni nkofo omo ye but ontimi
okay yo
so for body catch me real quick for body catch me I think so catch am say mama be 1 year no more fun to be 1 year and enjoy it because the guys me know didn't come obi that time na fear no more but ana catch me think yes someone is in there I'll catch me think oh yeah mama to be 1 year after 1 year no more be jam 1 year so I think say about
Ampa, the okay, and I'm say assunti e ko ka kire mo so mo nto ombo. Eba kura dia na tabi dia fu agu na adwuma nti mo mate so. Mo nte so kakra.
Yo, yeah, that's over wedding. I'm saying, Yenya Bemba, Confusafo, Abetechi Wache, me name Sebi or Bibi Maya, and I reflective Thursday. Confu, I am Aqua, Baba Maso.
I mean, because wait about 2 seconds.
Papa, me uncle, won't in a
So on say, and your man a bar, yeah, do maybe like I've been saying, it's not like say be a quarter thing. So what I say, Obi the 125 ministers. I did be good or my Ghana.
I'm in a hurry.
In a hurry. Nobody said nothing. Obi about 50, 60 or 50 something. Yes, 1 year we are seeing. May I not some logic be say so warped. People make some logics be out say so warped. We don't sometimes I don't even have an answer for it. Or mine no young we or Togo. Young will be Ghana and we will be Togo. You Ghana for we attended the same schools. We did the same syllables. We have the same cultural background. I team futuro and your sorry baha. Eti obi ba no be kasem bi na said I said we alien bi na ofi o man no abetena krom ase a. I sometimes and I find it very very disturbing because they see I mean be kase Mahama ye ntua tax na Mahama ba na nka ye kwan ko sisire mu dia. The man is constructing the road from Accra to Kumasi. Musi enye wo ye bridge the biggest bridge in West Africa. Was still he hasn't done nothing for 1.5 years in the dollar rate Musi or injecting that nothing has happened and all year whatever it is we have not gone to borrow a cent from any what they say country and I say any IMF and I say a World Bank and so Musi still these people were raising bonds and they were borrowing every minute in Ghana, and we sat down and we watched these people. And now these same people, they are crying, said they want to come back to power. To do what? And still people don't see. To see, you just left power. And everybody saw how Mudi Ghana, Ghana. But still people don't see that way because they wanted something from them and they didn't give them. So now they want them to come back. But I'm telling everybody, so over 40 years, this is not just when I make home. So we'll be over 40 years, Don't think you see the light of MPP before and you go to your grave. Because 40 years, I'm telling you, 40 years now, so over 40 years now. By the time 40 years now, 80 years. 80 years. I'm telling you, may I trust my intuition.
Looking into your crystal ball.
May I believe my intuitions, I trust it and I believe it, and anything I say comes to pass. And I we are here.
Mambisa question back. All starting make statement be said. Obi be use 225 ministers. No be carry. So statement no me no one so okay say 125 ministers now do you a power no be carry or them no one.
Yeah, but I mean, but now no be or the less no. Yen can't so I you. Yes, discouraging to say what coffee for ministers to be able to they don't even qualify. But let me tell you something. People that listen
to Obi and carry no be your opinion, but a man for Kasa I'm in a hurry, I mean, in a hurry, was a response to the noise that we were making.
So be the 125 Banua and you know be the sister, but that person he needs applaud. Was saying here too much criticism. But let me tell people something about politics. Politics, appointment and institutions it's not about the person. If they appoint you as a minister of agriculture, you don't necessarily have to say what agric degree. That is not politics. Politics there. Anybody once you have the qualification and I say we are part any panel we are afraid be especially a president type of democracy loyalty minister as long as institutions you don't necessarily have to be a doctor to be a minister of health. That is not politics. Adam, Yentuana Kofokofa, Nunia Minister of Defense, no, Sojada. That is not policy, but people think it's oh, Yakofu be a Minister of Babintina, Senipano, or Kuta PhD. That is a warped argument. Argument of people and baby, I may Mentiasi. A team made the man over here. I'll come back, okay?
You that's
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm saying, yeah, who said, yeah, brappening, Mr. Akwasibuachi, so about better. My name is Sebia. Bribem no bet can be bigger cratch. Mr. Wachi, Bamazo.
I drink Cassia. Reflective Thursday, whichever was your phone.
And so I better take you a kawati in Comwell Coso.
And that's I've course as we are seeing the idea, Nipa. If I can't watch them, Tini all Monday to know them, the make us. You heard the new one 4 years, you know. The year money pay. Now, the mean when you said, no, just said, Casse, a BD one to have some, and that's a friend they said, and now you also cry one Casso. Casa the Casa, but what we express it, I'm glad so to me point out, in Ghana for the year Muna.
Just real quick. I just say maybe so. Question real quick. Because up on focus side, I was going to Ghana and borrow like 1 cent. I think it's just the other day to say Ghana government needs secure like $300 million to help improve the school system. So between is it a loan or is it something that I want to check Ghana? A binary and for loan by me to so much Mama pledged like $300 million to help improve the school system. I don't know if it's a loan or whatever. So my job watching didn't come on this a bit me Mama in nature. Mama that's
You mean I say. A job watch it you.
I just said the bar. Well, some of that said there's a more research about body. I could do. Goes on them say be a Bobby bat. Me the year money I said and American say you man. Acquire my be strong, concert the expectations, you know, and no my history ban honor. Titru ya wo amano ne no say ya boss ya hwe ya tena ikrom yenim se ne sitie ya babu chi abetra ha che yenim se ne sitie na emu bi no so a ya ta kofie kohwe se no ma bi koso na ya na eye omo anu nkasa yemu ene kofasa no ma we ba because ye pekasa me can who began for we are talkers, we are not doers. That is the problem with I would say most of African countries. African for say nyame boys and yet I bet me the anunti na mpanfo bu be say odo anu do nwira odo anu do a ebi wo nanka tum say ye can say ye be cocoa crisis by we don't know the next move omo ye wait say ombe say value addition or say sabin ke hu say BB koso in terms of factory building. You see, those are the things they don't say nim because they say who's a price is falling. So what is the government doing about it? Government already reducing value. It was who they more ya near conkind, but you just don't anything na be bring na question Thomas is for no. Also come see how we kind of so say soldier for was who are more bokwan. Na ahwe din say eko but any fin bi near say contractor for be di akira ni say yes be koso but the other me who ni say egunabo bi premuti o ya na ma na come for enti na ni esro no omu dia no be kan sem no trawa ye gidi but ni yemu no any asem no and I didn't know so 4 years you know you have to say omu betimi akon kan ti nyese bia na anuafo no ye kasakwa and that di ba ko so say mpanifo ye hunu say na no no yankan no interest and ye kan nye. That is the problem I'm always grappling with Ghanaians. We can't be nano dano na ye jimi ni ye hu anane ye hu nyansa ne ye kan so what is the problem? All we talk about is they should up to the task. Share Uber Chrome has said no anye careful I'll be through manager die. Yebeka say pressure tension down so Baukoshimunanim how to handle the aspect because your back room hanging out. That's another conversation. Just say, "Mo truck in here, you say, you are Ghana, no, Mumubia, and said, you know what the creator drivers, no bad drivers, near fee say, who me boa, most me boa. Bounce up back room, do you have the resources on your idea? Say, be who mark room, try to create a swook room.
Oh, yeah, and the India for one can get to know what you want.
Oh, no. That is how you see. We want them to resource our people. And America says, "Sebi." So I journey that a 3 months. I then schools need be teachers. Oh, I know now I'm one. Are we planning our country very well? And yes, say Jumani ho Sikeni ho. Meanwhile, we 275 MPCT ho. Ye 3 or moka. And Kolabisu will school be or baby. So I say we say Mecca copy say better. The division among us, more access. How so will be a real school when you're joining school be baby or so a teacher from anyhow. I just said that is my question. Until I be answer with make us they are not setting their priorities right. I mean, your back room Hamunina among community and him fan a hospital bear now be qua shortage wo. And a school bear now be come a teacher for nyema. Yet your chromo show. Why would they be paying as gracia? Why would they be paying chief executive officers made allowances? I mean, come on. These are some of the things we try to tell them. Say, munye prudent, munyune. Just a say, a simple common sense. Okay, now the Bank of Ghana secure almost say just say, we analysis now, yes. But why we even go for a loan for $3 billion from IMF, normal conditionalities? Meanwhile, Bank of Ghana is kind of some their cushion economy now, IABBR. A best at $3.1 billion. Does it make sense to us? You see, these are the most salient questions. You have daily indicators. You have to achieve your daily goals. Then you have WKI, your weekly key indicators, before we go to the monthly key performance indexes. Quarterly. You see, these are some of the things that you call school economics, accounting, so when we challenge them or not, and you say, so we know how things are run, but we don't want to be in politics. Ours is to stand back, criticize them constructively. Why would somebody be being paid money whilst others have finished school and we still have lack teachers in classrooms? Are we building a nation? I mean, we are a supporter of MPP and DC. I was a Ghanaian, and I asked questions where I say, also will be by a man, Nami de Mabekan, we not so to man, no dear. And this is not rocket science. We don't have to wait. It's been years, 69 years, school being could do JSS, not teachers straight pay. Now, say, we a minister, teacher need be so on Koha. Pay will be full for a call now, cast out there. No more back can't on things. Say, when the yes, you are post doctor, we also on how? Hey, open your post now. Now, watching that, and I say, school no need national self, a cow born in Hono. Munyam Rana, Munyan do. You see, I just say, it's about time. Yen penny for no thing I can say. And then we send papa smiley video very funny. Share farmer be it's about me who may cross on one of these Facebook platform. I just a farmer be the preco to amrem. And no Oja no to amreni. Wouldn't be a buy incredible ba amreni. No mu ba mu china basa ni nesreno. And no kata amrani so. In this time for my preco nam na wi. So omu try so omu pre omu timi a drew baby Nancy say, come, they say, they are saying, and I come with the almost well. When be no more baby, or more try, no more real. Because they say the survivor is the fitter, and that is what is happening. To almost one try, we are more we are one. A deep some period of time, no, and no, for ye, a free, okay, ebu ade ne so na ka ekura ba akopɛ ekura ba ako ne pue ba so no afi story no kɔkyerɛ sɛ sisi no nam sɛ wawe ne nuanom saa nam na for a period of time afi na bibi anya na kɔnɔ and that is why we are going through as a people me dwene ho stin am say yeah meanwhile on say farmer no na all we preko no ni omo ahun on fa omo ho and that is what NPP and NDC are doing to us. And then the Gina personal two different parties. Omo atimi abetu anu mutu so ehia omo da because we nya we be da be two parties nipa send the audit report to bar ye hu se be bread disika say ni achi omo atum. They say the justice takes time. Yento na Akufo-Addo MPP for about 8 years ana papa we so abeja ankrofo ni nyina koi. Enti me say my say Ghana asem there it's come to the point say the same thing omo de ahyamnem. Omo ya na ya ye try ho ni asopa ye ho ye di ho atemo to the point say ya tintan ye ho.
Say eje kwesi boachi out of form. Okay.
Yeah, but these are people yeah, the 5 years you try car no. Almost $75 cash. No more to no more. Minimum $75. It takes us years to build that amount. So ask yourself, say, why is it so? Tina me concern is just say and then me down I'm reflecting with Papa's story now. Now me who says about platform so now yeah that is what they've done to all of us. Psychologically, they have tuned our mindset to a point. Say, don't say they say Bibiaba, NDC, MPP, NDC, MPP, NDC, MPP. Now, Ajiakugu. Tina da me can say ye be nunu ye honi asra. It's up to us. I just say, Manosi, ye be nunu ye honi asra. Ya ye nunu ye honi asra. We are hana ebuno.
Yo, but ever though I say, Jacques watch it. I'm saying take you also na. Second round no ebe ba osubio. Mr. Parker, say yes, second round no more. Say every woman na na ebe kasa.
What's the day?
Ghana ntini abedru he yo ba ma say. Oh yes, second
Ghana.
round.
We are Ghana S3. Oh, say a chrono a person you move forward, you know. So that's it. But anymore, you know, actually, I said we are not ready to move forward. So, you know, sa ni ebe kono sa ebe kan once sa na ebe 40 years or whatever so no ni ebe we omozo mobile chiro sa no ebe kan sa ne bono by the dream is
Just say
so
okay, they who need the be as be.
say nipa no jo do ani mo na wo gidi faith na kan faith no it has an object o so what
Okay.
is faith has an object so that's it you know the audio no na some no ka choro no and na ma onya ogidi no object no no any dia here until ma every boy I just say no say abaya or tiso or free so no ya dia enye that's a wo ba fufu yo ba ye no dia ba na adia no ye no enye no eno so na wo ye a that's a we are defending dia ba no ye na dey kwa na say nearby.
Oh, na say you reset you, menu.
No, let's say yeah reset it for worse and because who no resetting no that's a whole reset I don't know so reset I don't know then you have to what you have to input something in one
Sir.
and then say no the audio gumu no everywhere sir na e kwa na nearby so that's it.
Yes,
Yes, and then that is how it is. Yeah, fine. We are resetting. You who reset it? No idea. No one's starting the game. No one reset it. Who knows the who do go no? And your papa. I didn't for zone also for resetting now. Yeah. Any can hold the crown and can wear the yeah, maybe cry, put it in a obika say protections cry or honor put protections a got it the hold that no cry and can boy cry.
Na just say the okay the upper just a slogan mean on the yes.
Like no yes so politicians you know them. You see, I say now, we catch yourself day one. Obama, everything will count down day one. Huh? Day one, I will end this. Day one, I will end this. I will end this. I will end this. And then we guys here say day 300 and something. We guys here say. What would you say? That is the politicians. Just say they act in different countries. So they say, and the baby hormone they are now check and balances. No, I had a year Juma year to what? To restrain them. Baby also so they are check and balances. No, they and year Juma cry. And the pastor home made on PBR. So a beginning be a criminal you want. Oh, and year Juma cry. That's it. You're talking about judiciary. You're talking about more kind some of that idea. Say MPP, that was so no more CNC for. That's a research. Now, so research now, baby, and so much CND for NDC for MPP for. So what I say? Nearby. Yeah. Oh, by you see 120 ministers. No, yeah, come on, some say. A dozen. Fine. By no, so only about 60 something or 50 something. Meanwhile, so what critique other what positions, CEOs, near other positions.
Leadership.
Come on, I could say.
Echo 125 no.
Yes. That omuni design man now who almost say we have clinical thinkers say no I don't put that way. Oh, that is what they are doing. Oh, say obi so obey the one district one farm was one industry. Also so by also 24 hour.
One day one factory, one day one.
Yeah. Also by also 24 hour economy. It will see market be out there. This is be bye. Oh. No. Na the crop for. And almost yeah. Also by no. Unia as also na what is the difference? So does it. So we yeah. So this country no I all Ghana no. And yet many million they are not ready. Say me September. Yes, me aunt or come baby me September yeah me aunt me never man to Ghana. But a year no by move September. That is that met my I could just say let me near man passa a police for Ajuma Omonye Oko district levels, town levels, towns, I am for levels. Bianco. I just say, a crowd would see more. They be a make out. Would they who sit there and some of the crowd will be coffee? Would they drown here? What's it then? You know, I feel now pep crying out, would they be coffee? Abraham, no, baby, I'm no tea. Head, your book crying, we answer the head. And then I see you.
As I said, BBA is to crowd address.
Ah, Charlie, what just okay? It's so in free. Adamo, and I say, members if you know, I say no. If you know, I say for they say Adam, I say for a bit to know one, and so I say if you know, I say from Adam to Noah. That a be here, dear, I be here, BBC, let's say, into me, yeah. Woko blame wine. The go on board, Nipan and Azawana go come. Timmy blame the go.
Yo,
Yeah, yeah, Penifona leaders normally be an IS. So that's it. Because Uber Beccatia is yes, you know, we are in school. Organa, so what school organa owners who we are, open knowledge. Knowledge in all school bar. You have to apply. That's where wisdom is. So that's it. Say a knowledge if you have a knowledge, now want me apply. I me pacho obia obetima kan book no obi want me kan book on kan book no mo
Question you.
Listen.
Okay. Obi me akan na they want me can say I don't dey no obi an kan ya. They want me ya ni me dey no.
Dabi,
but the advantage is that back on decide is over kind there or basic no or the dance no.
On kind so just say on kind so if one kind that's why we are putting into category the only main kind.
Okay.
So what you say because work for the knowledge when you come out now you have to apply the knowledge, so that's where we say you have wisdom, prudence, man. What I say? Because who call driving school a chair will say to who car that's a who do intersection that's a red light now so I saw where they would now. Now take care Nimuna who drew all the more red light now so I saw now. Who apply brakes now? That's all knowledge, so I apply brakes now car Nijina tell the bear ada opposing cars in every criminal. Now who drew on now? Who criminal? Who could accident now? One
Sir.
Yeah, that is all one you saw why they not played, The best I know if I was a day, what you move for.
Okay. Okay, for Paka, we want to talk about your core prince, so now, for the question, be better to our say, be prince, bet me, man, church.
Question, man, meet him and Sabiana.
Oh, I, Safu Kantanka, your confused Safu ban or no, or Chevy be say, a bank for our bay, or yeah, near my name, come pa, but one more be here. Now, Safu, of us, Safu, say, when who were in 10 times, say, ya kwaje $300 million be for education improvement and I be at this time. And all pension tremu, me to my friend that or who him there or who attend the back now.
Okay, and I mean quicker. Also,
yeah,
if you ask that's why people omoya no the Mr. Lincoln for so they say. But you say you can say Bosnia, right? So between Bosnia external, now between Bosnia internal.
Sanity.
And so of course more Bosnia, no Bosnia say Bosnia be na walk one say.
No can external.
Okay, it's external Bosnia or CMO be that. CMO say about 1.5 years in the MOB, but your Bosnia internal.
So you raise bonds every day.
So it's in Bosnia in Bobby.
By internal.
The internal, okay.
Yeah.
And
na external no kwani yesi bia ye na ya ho de ne yesi yembo o mo block here.
Of course, that is the thing. If I don't saw my
I quite deserve quite any okojano as me coming jovia so obi enchia.
It's no been into say why resorted to internal and our purpose here we raise bond. Come on, Busia. And also send the time number so that to meet you. Say, baby. So, yes, that is how it is. And, they don't know over because I don't know. We are not getting anything. So there's duties a wɔn nya free port ne ade MPC sika yɛ de tua wɔn teachers ne ade I mean local industries no kora sɛ ne sɛ how external imports sɛ ne enya ɛne ade onya ma wɔn nkɔ.
Yo, ebada ase of a parker, say bribe moi na obaba be moi. Over Prince, oh, say Prince ATV. Miss Isaac, Joseph Abe.
Yeah, I just say.
Yeah, comfort for saying the Obana Yambo Bissia Bia, and so no me correct children, who said me who 300 million bia. World Bank a grantee. I don't know say a grant and I say a loan. I don't know. How much is a facility? So I don't know how true it is.
And just say it's the grant from World Bank.
Yeah, the Sikani fi World Bank. Now Ushemwa, I'm say almost starting in 2024. If
it's a grant, if it's a grant, that doesn't mean it's not repayable.
By our conditionalities. No, there's no free lunch.
Yeah,
you may not pay with cash, but it may have some conditionalities.
Yeah, so that's why it's called grant. So that doesn't.
No. It is called facility. Facility. No. Facility is about 1.25% interest.
That's why you get it at a concessionary terms.
Concessionary, yeah, very maybe, low interest.
Yeah, maybe low interest, or maybe the time they can spread the time for you.
Yeah.
So many conditions, but you have to pay back.
Yeah.
Even UK here,
very top.
Yeah, UK. That's the fact that my classmates I did a degree with, they can't tell me because we learn the same syllabus, we are all the same. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So if we all went to Saito in Ghana and we finished and say we all went to the same school, we all went to the it doesn't work. Because since I finished school, the books I've read after school, the fact that you all went to school in Ghana, that doesn't mean you've even read 0.01%. So you can't tell me we went to the same school. I just said, look, unfortunately, people just dwell on the cosmetics. Akwantufuo employed 100 and something ministers. That was a complete waste of resources, material, human resources. You understand? We have three main categories: financial resources, people resources, and material resources. Akwantufuo's one was complete waste. That doesn't mean if somebody comes and is using 50 or 60 people, there's no waste in there. Because it could happen that the output of these two people may be either the same or even less. I'm not all for MPP. But at least, if you compare the education minister and the MPP, and this education minister we have, you see the difference. At least for MPP, he was the only performing, or the minister who performed. And the NDC,
Napo.
No. Educhub.
Oh, the deputy. Okay.
You understand? He, to be frank, he performed well. Okay. And at this one too, we have the finance minister, which is doing very well. But there are a lot of wastes in this government. I'm not seeing anything they are doing which I can say is giving Ghana any efficiencies. You understand? So you can't tell us, the father, Mama is using less people. There's no waste. Of course, to the layman, 120 people compared to 50 or 60 people. It's like
65.
65. It's like the sky will fall off. But when you do proper financial analysis or impact analysis, they could be having the same impact. But the bottom line is we don't want to compare mediocre results with mediocre results. But that is what some people want to say. So when you compare the mediocre results and you add the numbers, A, employ more people, B, employ more people, and they are giving us comparatively the same results. But it goes more than that. This is where Papa Smiley's thing come in. We call it synergies. The sum of the whole should be more than the sum of the individual parts. But whether we realize this in a part of the world is another thing. Do you understand? Look, like I said, until we stop defending these people anyhow, when we talk of accountability, people think accountability is maybe some office you go and they stamp on it, bam, you've passed the accountability test. The same way Binewa was arguing with me the last time that UK did value for money office. So if Ghana is also doing value for money office, it's an achievement. But he shot himself. I've not since then, because I knew what he was saying is not true. Since then, I've not even researched it. But why I said he shot himself is that, okay, if UK opened a value for money office, and according to him, they close it within 1 year. You think if it is good, they will close it within 1 year?
But Abe, within that value for money office, no, contracts were given out like confetti.
No, already UK here, you have to follow procedure. You understand? And contracts are not even awarded by the government. It will be awarded by the department. If it is Department of Health, they will do it. If it's Department for Transport, they will do it. I just say here the transport contracts they give you is no small things. But you hardly hear that, oh, this one has been favored, this one. No. Or I've not seen transport minister go and fight with people on the road. You understand? So people don't want to accept that all their governments have been shortchanging us by the way they go about doing things, by the fact that they're doing things without a system or without a process. How can you expect me to praise Mama because Mama has gone to see a contractor on a site and promise that contractor, oh, $76 million, $176 million, I'll pay you. You expect me to praise Mama because he's done that? When I know that there are better ways or a more effective ways of doing that. No, to some of you, it's an achievement. Hey, this man is different. Like Rollins came. I just said, what made me write Rollins off is when he went to stand on railways carrying railway lines. Come on. How long can you be carrying these railway lines? How long? And I realized, no, these people, they don't have anything proper. Head of state or something, you want to show that you are strong, you are macho. Come on. Or seeing road minister going to fight a contractor in public.
On the roadside.
And
he went there with his deputy. So who was at the office working?
And they expect all of us to be jubilating because the rule he's done something.
Behind him were about 10 or 15, 20 4x4s, all Chafua driven, filled with government gas.
Or V8 or V20 or whatever. The cost of running that one V8 to go to that place. No, I just said we are not doing the right things. But unfortunately, party fanatics, to them, everything they do is sacrosanct. So who dare you to criticize? Look, nobody can dare you. Because we are Ghanaians, we expect the best to be done for Ghana. So if you are not doing anything which will lead us to achieving that good standard, some of us will not be quiet because we know the difference. We know the difference. You know, sometimes they used to say, oh, mama cannot be at, all the places at the same time. That is it. So because you cannot be at the place all the time, how do you achieve the impact?
You employed
the best people to do the job for you.
Yeah, that's good. They know how.
Yeah, we call it leadership gaps. You employ people competent enough to fill those gaps for you. And not only the gaps, because some people you employ, they want to see it as an opportunity and chop the money you entrust to them. So you need to monitor them as well. You understand? And I just said this. I've said this thing here many times, but if I have a bit of time, let me go. Look, I think one principle we don't understand in our part of the world, as well as governance is concerned, is the principle of the principal-agent relationship. We don't understand. So people think when someone is a president, we have to worship him. Whatever he says is a command or something. You know, when they were campaigning for the last presidential elections, you heard what Baumia said. Ghana for Mumami Ajuma Noa. That is what the whole thing is about. Do you understand? At that point, Baumia admitted and he knew that he will be, if we have elected him, our employee. Or is that what the three language is? Hello, I just said.
Which one are you talking
Ghana
about?
for Mumami Ajuma Noa.
Yeah. Like when they vote him into power, it's like when you employed him. Basically, Ghanaians are going to employ the leadership.
That is a fact. At that point, he realized that he would be our employee, isn't it?
Exactly.
So why is it that when he wins the power, he's not an employee anymore?
Autonomy.
Oh, no autonomy. I just said, Papa, look. So that is what the whole concept is about. You, me, the Ghanaian born this hour speaking, or the Ghanaian in the stomach yet to be born. All of us, we are their principals. Do you understand? We are their bosses. That is what the statement by Omia made. That is what the principal agent relationship. So we are their principals and they are our agents. So we said, okay, we've got the resources. We are in need of solutions to our problem. Social services, hospitals, roads, and everything. And you say, okay, we have organized ourselves into groups. We'll be able to supply you with your needs. Even the political parties, we, the principals, made it possible for you to form the party. So it's okay, we are giving you the mandate to come and provide our services to us. as principals, and they are the agents. You understand? Okay. So we expect those agents to work, and the problem, what becomes a problem that is struggle with is this: the principals, we have our interests. Our interest is we want these people to give us the maximum, the best with the little resources we give them. And the agents too, they have their interest. Their interest is they want more resources. They want flash offices. They want a lot of bonuses. I mean, simply because they feel they have the expertise, or they don't sleep. They have a lot of ideas. So two group of people, principals, they have their interests. Agents, they also have their interests. You understand? So the issue is, how do we stop these agents from abusing the opportunity we've given us through them pursuing their own personal interests? We call it moral hazard.
Okay.
You understand? So how do we stop that? And I just said that this is where this point is where the developed countries and the developing countries fall apart. The developed countries have created institutions. Those institutions are governance institutions, because we need a referee. Do you understand? We need a referee or referees or what we call governors to ensure that our interests are satisfied, and they're the agents to their interests will be looked at somehow. That is what we don't get right, and this part of the world have right.
Yeah, Abe, I'm say I did back who a band for a band way by a wire. I'm say the Infasobi Bapa Nene sa medical trust fund no TN that Mahama Ken. What was to for more is bringing some progress down there, because I'm say before no more as a non-communicable diseases be a harm for, but people don't have the resources and what it takes to deal with it. And the existing medical facilities and medical institutions now are down on us, and also am papa. So, but what do I to for more? It is really helping those at the down. I don't know, say when you're home, Komobi, when you're
I've heard something about the Mama case, but to be frank, I've not delved into it because because of the way our people do things. But I just said, you see, in my presentation,
there's this lady, Obobia, I'm forgetting the full name. I'm told he's doing a very wonderful job.
Well, I just say, you see, when we use these accolades to describe them, it's like we are overrating the whole thing. Do you understand? That is why I said the principals feel they have a lot of ideas to help us solve our problems. So we are paying them on the ideas they have. But we principals, all what we do is, fine, you have ideas. You've got our money. You are controlling our resources. Is the thing you are providing to us serving our interests, fit for purpose, reliable, sustainable? That is all we need. You understand? We are not interested because you are NDC, you are MPPO. Me, I don't care about that.
Anyway.
Simply because of this principal agent thing. You are supposed to serve us. You are not supposed to be serving yourselves. But unfortunately, that is what, because we don't have the controlling institutions or mechanisms, even those people who are supposed to even control have been bought by these agents. So they are partially supporting them, so they don't hold them to account. Accountability is not something you walk in the bush or you walk into an office and bam, you got accountability. No, it's the sort of processes you put in place. And not only when you put this process today, then you've achieved everything. You have to be monitoring it to see it's working.
Okay. Abe, obe running up and I'm saying, Isaac about so your man a crab na or the beche and the cock bob at 3 hours.
Okay.
Okay. Miss Isaac, I'm saying, Oba now, I don't know, Sabia, or network and I have against her. And a reflective Thursday. BBA Chowa soon, working can be, working baby, which me are doing a big cry. So no one meant them, and never might be about 10 minutes now. Would they about won't come why? Platform.
Yeah, idea about way, you know, many are John. Oh, says here, no, workers, you know, increment or the other 2 workers, pay, you know, many at least 9%. Yeah.
I'm with the increment to be ever. Since when?
Last week in
really?
this, yeah.
Okay.
Well, increasing workers, you know.
Yeah, across board and answer some sections of workers.
No, across board.
Okay.
Across board. Yeah.
Article 78 for no be and answer when we there. I'm more for one pay.
Yeah, I across board, but me said yeah, but me said also more increase workers, you know, to 9% for workers in
compensation.
Yeah, into me feel say good because workers and parliament are in buy your one can not just say a negotiation no echo ye. Yeah. Into no yamina ye then as
Now unjen is abandoned still our enjoy a good from Ghanaians.
No. Say aban papa. Abano nya. Yeah, aban papa because aban bia nye bia no. Yes bia abano performer Ghana for now my I don't perform my head then Ghana for my only wisa. Yes. You know abano perform into no nya dia Ghana for say Ghana for mo asu ansa. And no more who there ye. You know abano at least. You can crack. And I did be more as I am done said. Hey, big push I no Ghana no. And a development abandoning ye nan. Abandon ko Bob Bussy free baby so my quadrillion be nam the year 1 week. My quadrillion be nam the year week. Wait just say
Isaac.
Yeah.
Now, that's 7 I am Mokano. So, quite a possible Bob Bisnia war. Abonteno external no omo block here you ntia di ani ahwe internal no aye raise bonds wo e wo fie no.
Oh no you know government biaba government biaba because MPP time no mo broke wo because no mo no skadie no ne bosi abono sabi obi contract kura ese yokobo ho bosia obi ye yi mpa omo na omo ye broke omo ye sisi omo so no mo ka no adoso ntini ye ma mo loan bio but aban we ba no was starting a loan no ebi otua loan yeah otua loan no a wo ho kwan say so obo bosia but we decided to say no obe use scanner e wo man ni mu ho no ntina un say contractor ya order na no Ghanaian contractors. Oh, because
Uniska would be for foreign contractor.
No. Okoji loan wo abrofo no ho a omobe ma contractor.
Isaac, listen to me.
Yeah.
Sir, IMF conditionalities no ye de ball Ghana wabra na MPP was no etu ntwa entwenwe intino
me
So
say
that Euro bond no many are ni na ya block we ho.
and I mean say Eurobond no abani tutua IMF loan no abani tutua aban
Yeah,
wo
but we have not gotten to a point where we can go out there and get loan.
no yeah and
Anyway.
when it comes to politics and geopolitics no different from here I can say yeah no aban bia ba aban bia ba wo kwan a wo de bobosia aban bia ba even po omode ya to no so a the only thing is say I didn't know omode sanctions at all because want to be into oka na ban ba no start say oh ono omo call negotiation no so okay minim say o man deka na mo nyama me prenso na omoji saka no na mo magia to mu say mbetua magia to mu say mbetua nti no mo ma me time now and I say anso no afi na ma ba me ho akire me nti no mo ma me time na me tutua na mo ma me ska kakra na me fa nso ma se enye yi na me tutua wi aban bia me go ka so obobosi a ontumi mo and nya am a phone kwa na bobosi aban bia obetumi di nani asi China obetumi di nani asi Europe baby government bi be ma ni low nti no enfa ho na mom aban no aye aka si so no ska wo ho nti no yusu sa ska no internal generated funds no or no yusu na dey aye develop and aban no deliver and I dey bi mo aye me dane say sia no contractor ye dey ma before timode Ghana 40 more day Ghana contractors ni bi because adwuma ye dey ama ebinum MPP time no omo fi say aban we ya aban ti no aban we ya fo nti no ebinum ohwa contractor ye dey ma MPP time no omo agya si ho omo compete mpo omo sa pay yi mbema one example Western region say Western North Summer Boy area ye dey ama Ghana contractor
Kofi
Akufo-Addo
Jobs and
what say
Kofi Jobs and
no Kofi Job dey say no obo adwuma ono ye adwuma that guy no ye adwuma because adwuma ye dey man wo dwaso no wo gusu kota ogusu o ye adwuma yeah that guy no but we no mere fi contractor no Akufo-Addo time ye dey say no man o hwa bridge bi ne adwuma bi wa ya what is say what fi site what is say minister na ekwo ho na no omobilize ni nkofo no na omo ekwo ho na minister no na ekromfo no e dey ama no onu mpo didi omo atem oman we yefo but say omo ba bo aban we contract e dey ama omo na omo ahu say omo so ye Ghana ma na mo yefa politics ntunchen anka Ghana be efe nti aban we nyema bebre ekoso dumso no sesia no dede no akofom koko sam akofom because aban ye adwuma room no because MPP for abese o man no omo abese o man nti no se omo ba na obi ya de a won say ye so born abaso ko hwe dem na 3 MPP for ebe di hu ska de yare ebe di ska edi amanfo sika pa mo hu omo hu sabe nyasa se o ye miemu because sese nkofo ba Ghana nti ne yenye extension abra na tabna 2 wo ho omo ntumi anye GM buy ye no tabna 2 no by next year ending of this year wa obako Ghana bia no bon say yes abane bon homode nti no aban development is in ani so no see e bon about because o man dia development no mu no sa o man no enkonani yeah o man development any mu bia sa o man enkonani because road nye railway line nye wo trainer uni bi we nyina abane ye sesi abane o the training ba or the training ba one man go for a ministers akọ China omo ko negotiate with a Chinese government no mo no abebred $70 million omo abeye railway nti no kakra say ma nyame nye de bibia akwa na ya gi nyame di no yenim nyam kopon no tumi yenim de nyame tumi ye say nyame ma ai mahama nya ATS na anka mahama anka ATS office no anka bibi papa bi enu hɔ ɔman benya ba ɔkwatena fie ba ye no ɔhu sɛ no me 4 years no me fa develop ɔman no ma me gya no hɔ ama kyerema ɛna papa we ye ebia what the ɔtan no bɛka so ɔnya ade but ade no sesia no saa ntro no ni hɔ bi mu ntro na obi yeah saa ntro no ni hɔ bi obi bɛka asɛm a ɔnyɛ ese sesia camera wo babia saa asɛm ya me no ka sɛ obi akɔyɛ contractor no wɔ sama boy a wagye adwuma na ato hɔ no elibo to NT road no ya terminate contractor no na appointment ne other road contractors bebree no ya gye adwuma na afiri wɔ mu nsɛm because why you wadwin say o de obɛyɛ bɔmmɔfo asɛ o man no dia aba we o ma wo kwan
na unje bi se bia ekwan ya fa so award contract no so se ke hwe mu ya ke be hu se nipa bi won mo ni sa capacity no sabre o ma no mobilization ya fee bia akwhye ne kotokuo mu
say the kotokum nye MPP government na mo discount rough no nye bi no wa ya ma wadwuma wa anye no na we can say aban terminate ma o contract na aban terminate sa contract no ye officer no ano no na ye gya wo sekọ sika bia aban de ma wo no adwuma wo ye no ba bia wo duru ye ene ba bia aka no onwo ba ye yi so o balance aban na o be balance aban no esa aban so a aban be so no de ama obi foforo nyagro na mahama ba so ba be di o because sa ni mani na MPP for ancheke na aye yi no because nema bebre wo ho aye yi nti no oba headset anso a mama aye adwuma o ye adwuma o hwe la
omse mahama ke no enya effect o amanfo no so pa that be tie obo bia on another platform
omo da so no omo ntua omo apemfo ntua say o Ghana sabe which mean in some way a hospital is free free for a happen for hospital is free and omo da omo ekita omo yare no mu no
non-communicable disease
no
to say diabetes
dialysis stroke patient ni omo ntumi for do omo bill aban no boa aban no boa aban no say mentena ho ntina cheap compounds no bebre ho so mentena ho bibia akọ na akọ check say yare bi wo ho akọ na akọ check mentena ho ma yare no ye oja fo ba ye no bibia no obubu ya ko bubu la hospital say la hospital almost complete
who say a burden so so na say be ya burden a hospital no the brick and mortar no dey and nsha dan ye dim bebre o na mbom uwi a nipa odi omugum no mo abaye adwuma na so ebe raise sa ye wage bill no eno ne asem no
mahama buy no oye bi mahama buy no until say Akufo Addo West Hospital or see 11 agenda 111 no want to me and see ba umpo anfa ne mangumu no mahama waye bi me ehu mahama waye me ehu da
mahama so si ACB one fani pangumu
even mpo mahama si bia one fani pangumu no make sure the mahama si ya odi ni pangumu
ene dey
Dodowa Hospital. Baby Abifino. Abi onyenke. Baby Abifino. Dodowa Hospital.
Abi akwana person account to kwa.
Me say abenyenke ni. Mo de mo bibidi. Mo bibidi. Eho me maka be krom. Abi Dodowa Hospital. Mahama see from scratch or the end the offer or the Akunjani bibia best in it bibia bisobia Dodowa Hospital. And Rich Hospital, Muhammad see Aaron of the tea, extension, at the name of the goom, name of the brain of Mahama, no 4 years, no 4 years, into no Mahama, be project, be Mahama started piano, they want me angry, and they say what hospital near the, na say what hospital, no. Sometimes, 9 people for the mobile core position at check. I know Mufi say bia sabi. Asantefo ni nti no mo betumi abọ mo apo. Omobọ mo fa development ko ho. Oh, de nepo na kan ye. Wo hye t-shirt mpo a ye beto ama no. Atwa mu. Young boys omo awa security no mo ni abreak because omo no nananom intro no mo twa ye no. Omo no mo pay develop. Yeah. What do you mean, ka?
Yeah, online ko up. Oba na tough na.
Yeah, you know the American say
so Isaac the line out to form you. The line out to form you. Conversafo. Your second round in the Omeo, you say what about every woman? And I mean, they can call me a
oh, auntie. Okay, me try, me ba. So, and Isaac, me 12 from Isaac, he can also. Oh, me, I'm dear, now I am one to say. Buy a baha say, no, I am a support to say blindly. What was I say? Democracy now you choose, no. You were MPP and NDC. Whether we like it or not, no. Party be anywhere be Ghana. Apart from Sabia, the Bayoku be dissolve parliament, yes, I be yes, I unibium. And so no, I don't think it's a baby. And nobody's praying saying.
Watch now.
And I say I must and I say no, and I'm unless, but I don't think so. And nobody is praying says hard any day. And must MPP for no benya, and you want dia, Nanka Yaku, Nanka start all over. But MPP with their mindset, any the tradition, any the way almost tiano, a very difficult to say when they come and hold on to power, say Omba Kwasa Bebium. Because Omuba Matiu Makame, Minkwana Minyansa, Mina Mami Skani, Mina Mami Santini, Mina Mami Ukraini, Sa Subana, a war Omuno. It is a very difficult to say MPP, Omuba number 2 million we are, Omba Kwasa Bebium. This one cause Omudin. This one so okay, and MPP, Omu history. That is what happened every time Diana. For
the past 34 years, NDP about 2 times, MPP about 2 times. Until they didn't
because they have the history. So partner Babi Gua. Partner Babi Gua. Sa history they cover PF time when they are the buy any and my team when they are the Sanya Mana and a cost sabri. It is a one tiasi was so wouldn't use a partner a begu no masari part of power be moi. Now as a mechanic, a bear force. This is party a good normal as said, you know. Now, pass the current MPP now. Maybe no me no lose last time 38 MPP no almost have a BMD. Never 99999. It will never happen because they don't even want to give themselves a chance to come and rule Ghana. Who's any paper to the show the party in CIA. Oh, the majority, dear Mahama, you know, Mahama, say a po. At this time, no, he's the person that Ghana wants. But yana me yasa yankasa ye Ghana for no. Ye titi ho no na. Say Ghana ye problem ba ko pa ye we a ho fa o man no. And ye ti ha say and I chastise a nipa okuta vision obey your money, you know. Yes, one yet. But our work free chroma say, Echo Drew Ghana, no more tin is was let me name so maybe or why papa to say Ghana. It is a what ya that's why one copebi and I want for Ghana call minus and also the mind baby ube do dokunuka. I'm telling you, because the country is moving up. I'm telling you, Ghana for our word GNSA say go and see the development that is going on. And your man for yen or Ghana no. Maybe could do Ghana I feel sorry for myself.
The
foreigners are going there, the business is booming, they are building houses, people are bringing businesses there. And you also more maybe everything. Maybe so no partner me paycheck was here. I feel guilty and I feel sorry for myself, but I have no choice. With I'm doing what for all these years because right now people are making money in Ghana. I'm telling you, Minia, Upa, just ask the people. But the only problem,
and you know, about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people are not making money in Ghana.
I didn't know. Your dollar rate took a funny amount by the time I'm let's so how are you going to make money? Don't laugh. That is a fact. That is a fact. That is a fact. You see, the dollar rate now. It's not about the dollar. Say business as some okay. People are farming, people are doing everything, and your dollar
I catch me money.
People are making more money than ever. That's what I'm saying. Those are Ghana says if we are sitting, no matter what it is, every situation there's an exception. For every rule there's an exception. No matter Ghana, Somalia, Somalia, there's no system of government. But there's a millionaire in Somalia.
Next 4 years, NDC free, so people are going to make more money too, right?
NDC is not going anywhere next 4 years. If they continue in this trajectory.
12 years, 12 years.
12 years, I don't buy that. What's it?
People are going to make more money too, right?
No, it's not about it's the government, no, the policy or the bebano. You see, you bring policy and you implement it. And that is what is happening. What is about Akwantufuo? Development let's not try to kid ourselves. This is our own. It's one country for us all. It's not like Serbia. You have the right to support. Was internal generating funds. And what of course, no. Hey, brother.
Okay. Okay. It's
and it is all Kobusano. Because the question you are asking me, your question is too vague for me to answer. Because what I say, or my denisika, every nima munodi and Japadi and Obusam interest there. Then I'm sorry, I cannot answer you on that. Interest, but overseas. As an educated man like you, wouldn't say the internal generating funds here, infrastructure, the developer better than say you go outside bonds and what is saying. IMF
interest.
The internal the interest I say and you say a foreign interest. No, Masa. The radio, the purpose of a radio is to educate, inform, and entertain. Sometimes.
Education right now, right?
Education. Somebody like you. Now, so Busam question. What was the question? Busawa. Now, I say, you don't want to form too much. As a question, we say, take it here from question Busameno. As what she does. Question Busam say, 18 interest, you say, or internal generating funds, what interest you say, no. I say, take it here for man, if you Busa questions, we will. That question shouldn't come from somebody. What's America? At least, what now 1 year, you shouldn't ask me this question. It took waste of time for me to answer you this question.
Obosom, me say, Akwantufuo, you don't care about the interest.
You don't care about the interest, say. I don't know. Nipa no kwa bontin kwa kwaji IMF. You raising money. Your tears is here. Hey, your tears is here. Aban we say. American government or taxi. You know the taxes are 300. That's what this kind of year. Or the tax not the yen juma. Do you think say and no need to go kwaji busia or China? But then obey your home fast. Then abandon.
Because I'm interest.
Interest. Aban takes taxes from the people. He raised taxes from the banks and all that. And what the end, interest will be out from the bank, interest rate, at the government here, the interest rate, no, the year,
Akwantufuo.
Questions Uda mami kama sem because what should I use? I'm going to say upe play jandam. But I don't be a bar. I'm a
I would say. Stop me. I would say.
Me come yasu.
The tell is and I'm haircut. I come be film me no a twem ko nintino. That you bond be an project na etena omo block ya ho yentua isika.
Okay, whether they have blocked you or not.
Yeah.
Now, government, government, we are talking about the development of buying yen sabrino. Or buying 1 year in 1 quarter, or
yeah, I nipa be braces to idea. Wow. Intino abani raise internal bonds at the year in Puntujuma. That's okay. Now, treasury bills, me a Bank of Ghana rate, 91 days na 4.9%. 182 days, 6.9%. Then 364 days near 10.19%. Any internal. Already bonds were internal day. Any in I business area. Then we are not abonting the wrong. Conditionalities.
I make us say, me or buy our some interest, yes, saying, also buy, treasury bills, a beer one a time with the mature. So I say, and interest rate, I want Organa say, would you compare from last time or not? She say interest rate that form. And I definitely make money. So I say, on more than so outside that buy convert it to dollars, to cities, to euro, to all these euro bonds and all that. So I say, very a simple question, but I'm saying is what I'm trying to say. So what I'm trying to say is the government, because of the haircut near the idea, of course, those days now, who say and I make sure say the government is still doing projects on Kobe. So you ask yourself, say, then I ban it in yes, idea. It is the internal generating funds here, Juma. Now see a year, no crop about IMF near conditionalities in 2 years. And also not mean to us because they be we are complaining. And so I mean, what they saying? At my able to some questions say and no say anything, which I think that he knows, but he just want to pull my legs. He just don't want me. She just don't want me to praise the government. The problem he has is how I'm praising the government for not being, for not going out for loans and bonds, and the hand so Bobo Jandam no become a semester from. But Isaac Beba, Isaac Kwa, another one will come. It's in the mood, no better transfer. It's Isaac from Sumasaba.
I don't focus on that.
You heard that. There was any about Patricia or Prigana about Abamba. You knew my dear Pamano be an hour in some papa be my Patricia Bamaso. Be an old TV. I'm saying Patricia TV. You over Paka. I'm saying. Ebrana or for sample a casino, I know you'll make a crowd never to us.
We are zero. What is almost internal generating funds? They be true almost almost come with you are anywhere.
Sa internal ones in Libya and a good one. Haircut, no.
That's I am a serious. I mean, I don't know how people think. Say, oh, young cars and couple of we are doing better. Who told you this nonsense? I mean, it is serious because a car, a Busiano is not generating any income. So there's or you
consumption, the
for
for
all
consumption.
Yeah, and you know, say Drew, 90 days, 180 days. That's how I'm on focus on Mujo Musica every. Bank of Ghana on money the idea. Only a very free. Muti orma a better scenario plan here, Yama, your exports, local industries. And then, you know, the best strength in normal exports near the Kenya foreign reserves. Any idea, you know. Omunye a market and a musi say market a deba koto a deba koto and go get and a musi.
Anyway. And of a cock, although I was idea, I'm saying who say in your Bemba or why he figan abba. Yimbisano Quansue. Oh, I
Yay,
Kataji, Aquaba,
yay,
Pamazo,
yay, no, I drink it.
Boko, I drink us. Now, if you to say, Nanda Diams, one mountain.
No be never, you know, be home to know. Me free na bese my friend na member program so me TD and we are also free.
Ni I had the go any Ghana and the Adrian Hona.
My idea pa we who say Ghana ya enya dem wetem bia motie no.
Dabi.
Me hwe de wo amakoma e wo Ghana mpunto ni Ghana nkankro na me hwe de wo amudi nkomo say the way can we say the way can we no kra no say we ebe ka won tie ase na we be ka obeti ase no any the ways me hu say akoma me hu say pe the enipa do mo high kra e ma hu say Ghana fo bibiri say Ghana ye ya juto na be saba be tra Ghana ya ko hwe ba Akwantufuo radio ni studio we a enkoma amudi e sometimes we try din no hu say oh Charlie yes amamu bu die mo ya man mu bi akra ka chire kra ma eni ji was nipa ni ji o krom no ma pam mu nyina akwakwatra hwe de we si bakasa abe bakasa abe ni kasa wo kasa nyina ni bufuo eni abe ne bufuo ni me implement asi ni nyina se munye ni yie ma me na me metra ne bufuo abe bufuo won tini wanti obi asi ni nyina ne se masa munye ni yie na yetimi betini metri krom ti enti any chicken and chips, the beer chicken and chips. Eden, any in it. There be one me coming crying. One me come video me share my people say, nothing at the beer before me can add the bath for me. I got two. It's at the tea. It's when you are with the overseer, yet any body no. Any but don't hear me.
Me too, pa.
Any body no afra.
And any wafa.
Oh, and my fam.
Those situations they say a from Kakra.
Oh, they say mini say yes, say they meant to say the Akwantufuo. Can you know Akwantufuo si fa ge no die. No kun yemi say die me tine sabi me tine.
Almost is not transformation.
Na say Becca say wini ma die bi. Ade no sa do so no die. Ha me force say.
Hey, that's a one here to form. Katachi to form. Katachi to form. Mr. Safo.
Yeah, just say TB.
Yeah, we TB on. Still watching here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
For now.
Okay, all right. And then I want here to form, you know. Miss Abbey, I want here to baby.
Yeah, I just say yeah. Let the one.
Oh,
But what you mean?
yeah. Online it off from Tino
Oh,
Traso.
I didn't drop you. Be free screen so cry. But
Yeah.
aha. Enti the telling is saying and say, me de be sure say. Sa do so do opanyi we nko aba. Aye dey ye we ya ye ni de be sure say. Me nyini pa say kagiti ahie obia wo ye wo se gana ni wote kagitia oton ade wonim se de enum si fatine wo no te kagiti oton ade no ohoko yi bibi sei menya sure e ni pebi de twonkofo bi ka no mako yi esa de no because no the way me experience the me experience die me ye sure say mo masa de ni sibiem se ni pebi pa
Ujiri ze sabotage bi wo mu ana.
opanyi me no me debi sadi wo de e ni pebi na ye do mo ya mo ye ye ade bia isisi bia say yes politics ye and the we ye die what be say wedding we be ye will be say wedding ade wo woni omo ye sana na me hu say eye nkofo bi mpekro ni ye obanyini say kede tia pa ye kede tia pa ni si ye na wo ye ti dwom ho no ya sira ko fam bibi ni de ko twa live say adase be bibi say ade ne hwe enti asi ye na ye enti report by yesterday did ye ka for report no enti report bi entimi am say say na bia na si entimi nya report bi aba eno ni ade an ka me se me hunu say opanyin mahama abeyi o mampanyini a wodi broni kasa yo ede ka asem bi wanfa frafanka wanfa dagomba nka wanfa nkranka wanfa santianka wokofa broni kasa no betum wo se reset enti bibi no bi say na ya ka buy na bibi say major project wa yesi wona nka bibi say see ye no I was a get bibi say bibi no ko ka we no ko ka we yesi na say be wo mom ye no ye hunu sa ko see ni hwe ko see say no ye hu say enipa bi na abeye sa de no enti no ye be sha say ye be sha say investigation bi enti within certain period na ye say bia see and na see chief bi and ye did research no ne dey hin me mo dey open you kojo me patro research as che say me be say me tia simple wonche
Google how what train research.
Mate enti no enum be no enum be fefe enum be fire se enum be fire se o hwe opanyin even say yoko yenim die si wo hono yoko yenim die si wo hono this program omo ya omo ko interrogate and I say I think say there's something I want you tell you a TV so be refinity I think say companies name other government institutions name omo projects here na ye buso omo sik omo diskai nyina no ye wi open ni betina so me who say you prosecute you bia on that kind of a year just wasting our time watching showing this program to make some
Katachi. Se wodi obi kwadu na watoto na no wabu anofo na ade na kotum no enya adwuma ketewa o se de be ya wontieti obi fa wodi ensu ti se ba no court stem de ya na eche kakra so ye o cases bi wo no ma bi kura etumi di be 10 years na eguso ya atwe no court
enti se me your court dey
unti de wo court no de momu yenya botre ma court na nkasa na yede emfa ebrea ye di amano so mo se de be entieti obi afa hodi esunti no ye hwe no eni saso because ututu man
I didn't say
America
American is and say a branch be buy and yes if no Wyoming
yeah Wyoming because
Betty Wyoming say and say 50 million Ghana me team say 50 million cedis so say $50 million
49 million or so
cedis me wa
yeah
49 million cedis and the mercy kaye kakraka and the political gains the political gains say dear equal say you just can be an edge
Yo.
Oh, opinion, say opinion aba. No one did be says a reset in a bar. Women feel resetting. And the resetting say you're constructing road in corner resetting.
It's you budget what they are resetting no still I won't feel it.
But the reset no kind no we be wo hwe okada small kind so okada for oba okada for the be legalize no say ye be di reset the buy no okada ho no nko akura no e questionable the okada for no ye yo no sa
Anyway.
3 times so na kwam any prajo mu no kwam me hu say ye authorize o mo say legalize o mo wo mu nam da fi no mabugum show say wo drive kwa na now try to go side of the road said ya be create space am no mo fa omo steer no omo for me ms e be twu ka ho enko because mo nyetwu no mo ko won timi civil kan mu chesi ho no omo ko no bebe ye
Katachi ebe ma abodo tofa na unuanom no bisu achi na obi ampa na last one mbra ne ye so eso.
Openi mahama ma hu se wo ka bibi say I think say obema 500,000 Ghana cedis for students who said who try and by startup business in this side, I think say or me hu bibi sa me hu se wo ka bibi sa no me to me dear what me nya say sika ma enkofukuo bi omko business ideas me name say 500,000 Ghana 5 million. I don't say 500,000 5 million, I don't know. But we have 5 something. With me, yeah, maybe 2, 3, 4 guys be put their heads together to think about some business. Now, you support to all the way. You monitor one more. Sana, a bit me, yeah, because you work too many students working on the street. They have businesses ideas. I'm making but capital to start with, and that'll be a problem. Now, things say what they might want to mean, yes, so the interest be about the touch out one. It's no make us why I did.
Akunta.
Yeah.
Akunta.
Yeah.
What you are talking about, no? Have they established that, or they are just thinking about it?
Me say me hu am kase say do be dia and say they have whether they established or they are thinking about it mini but a idea wo ma dwum kura no mo dey beto bonten a say ni ne yeka ho asem yo Akunta when am channel say
Yeah, but
you see, public response.
Yeah, you see, when they started telling us 24-hour economy, all these things.
Akunta be pacho me da me free so
abe mani we na me fa Patricia
me say me wie me die enti no say obeto aso dia because said dia mo beto na to aso dia be wi enti no me tu me ho na mato mo so say mo hia edum ese dum so anoma frem na ma be kasa
yo that's a why that's it. I'm say you about Auntie Patricia about human so I don't know say be or Tim can Auntie Patricia Bamazo.
Drinkasio, metonka.
Now what to say?
Ebende ebuso. Ghana so ye.
Now muko I knew one also on friends and base.
The base movement.
So how big are you guys based in it?
And every Thursday. And a meeting. Every Thursday. So we just finished our meeting for the week. You share every 2 weeks. Okay.
Just Ujidius was doing him. Now we are now off of Franto.
Oh, many of Franto, I've transferred them in order.
Oh, young one an hour of Franton. Okay, all right. And then reflective Thursday. Yabro so can so I bet you on now. Wait it also now we Ghana, we a businesswoman. You know what is going on, what is happening, what is the good is and the bad thing. We are ready to hear from you.
Oh, so far, getting just that a flat who you could graph now and cotton a course Ghana and said I'm smooth graph, but we are hoping for the best. or no, what one thing I like about his second coming is that he's listening. And as a leader, so
Okay.
there you always need to listen to your people. So on the first
Right.
bill, no, I'm sure say he's rewriting after all. So when you Ben the old age. And I think say
Okay.
he wants to have a good books. Into see and the ministers be quite minimum one come appointment. That's in his old cabinet, no, or more be appointment. So it means that he really wants to control these boys. Just that some of them are letting him down. But in a nutshell, he's a leader. I've heard about
Mm.
wish yeah, sure. As a leader, why be sharp now woman will beat not power so over longer. Black man actually no not power gets into our heads. Into I also believe in that. The on reshuffle baby ministry Ghanaians are talking in now. On your reshuffling. I believe in that. Now
But
on share
in
the
your
next
in your own assessment, Luffy says, some case rate your more ministry when I be over more up and once now the back down.
oh I think foreign minister is the best for me. Oh yeah, he's also a leader.
Okuja
Okuja what share issues are here was so far time or mobile so up to now. He's on top of his game. So on teaming a majority for at least 60 there, 60% they'll give him because or and also he's listening and he's always at the bet on call of Ghanaian. And basically you
Right.
are leading the so you need to up your game. The only four ministry for me for now is health minister. Or not they are in a nutshell, I think say yes, so on yet competent enough issues be more to say recently the lady who died during childbirth and then in 21st century we should never have such a situation because it should be minimal. The lady shouldn't just lose their life.
No, and I say no, the boy health minister, me no one yadrio. How we say too big at say I will be all would you say a local issue.
Any local issue. We share or not about my report. Me anka me here, but on no report na me the year juma. Do you get my
Okay.
point? Say no na or yeah final I buy any task and I think he was tasked as a minister to come in and do all that. And also loopholes, don't read the reports now. Loopholes in the woman end to end. I think say and the first time at the crime born to say and the first time there have been instances a guy be suicide take her for
One
boy.
Emmanuel
They have
anything.
I Emisa, yes. And also another just subsequently there's another guy on no card yes and papa gives us birth, birth syndrome. If the father fix it. But any issue near Russian emergency, they all didn't turn to him. I am not blaming him or no yet doctor, but technically you are on top. Who now that top so you might be
Right.
saying reoccurring. What kind of ministry in your good and our department in ya, you easily call for a disciplinary committee and all that. They have all this. Your job is to monitor all that. It is a so na results are these are very sensitive area, which minister put there according to technical guys no more down there. Minister no on your enlighten yes just say
Now what are you saying about appointing authorities? What did they see in him here? This side you must and said the man no
that
I want to purpose.
that is the multi-million dollar question in the business. Until I make a system, no, so reshuffling. Some of these ministries, no one because it's also Ghanaian, interest. You get it? We couldn't
Right.
be losing like in and there. Who can rating? It's in a memo, the very two, no, one where I'm
Okay.
coming from.
Okay. Okay.
That's where I'm coming from. And our fraud guy, yeah, and running and they are not trendy so far. No. I will say a little about it. Ghana
Okay.
Hano.
Right.
Wote come be na wo pe many year now be position that they will never give you because and now yes some these days city as can to be honest politics it's all about money. This guy the alarm came in say nisika no obi enim baby efi he just popped that but omo due diligence in Ghana that here we are ubetumi asori abasa obe minister because who sika. Some of these things we should now be checking. See, I heard baby, but it's embarrassing enough for an MP at that high rank. That's it. you are a claim linked to these fraud issues. Near target will no so on the ground. We see canunya way. You see, these are technical.
Obi who source of income be we see can source.
Yes, and nobody of cares. Well, you ofi mufia, lesson learned. Ofi mufia. Yeah, I'm ready. Ebeka kwesi. See, almost a by election, which we don't know. See, almost in asem no cry and kind. I feel crying. Ebe pecking akwa America. Continue. It's sad though, but Charlie, Ghana is on the map for good reason, for bad reason, and Ghana for bad. I think they're good. Bad, the Bible saying, you know, that's what is happening to Ghana. I don't know why. It will be some cry. The little I have in Suna Missumede. I bet you.
Me that's it. I'm say Papa Smiley about man. So Papa, I don't know say what question be my sister Pata.
Oh, that's also fine.
You okay you. Yeah, sister Pat, yeah, more crab by mama what teach you na I at the right hand there. What that's what better answer from you. Bibi, bye bye, it's you. Bamaso.
That's a
That's it, right.
oh boy, Juma.
Obey and then it Jawa near the as well.
The radius in
Sir. The other to you, yeah,
Ghana, some let me teach kaka.
Right.
I'm said sometimes when Emrana Omo airborne and quantity so
Omobon
campaign and Tuano. They were saying something and we are trying to ask questions. But people say, oh, then now we can obey a good father can obey a creatures question be now beside anyways easy. Now after is why he was resetting as anything because I quite remember we were talking and a bit more the phone yeah example say because resetting say we never as Oma my was a question mama na hama monanum to anka say because reset that the American the same thing applies to friends say one economy 24 economy the same thing applies to that. So when sometimes we are asking questions, it's not necessarily say Obi ta Obi Anazobi because these people we know them. They will say something no more than puma to baby no more for. So when something is happening, Obi Kasama, Yebisa. ABC says yeah 1 year esi a na ọwa ahensa abɛka sɛ ɔso ɔbɛma nkɔfoɔ loan ɛne ɛka yɛ paa na yɛyɛ paa ɔbɛma nkɔfoɔ mo but yɛwɔ hɔ nea ɔmu kɔfa a matlock by ebewie akyire na woman organizers yɛtwe bebree aboɔ so school feeding woman organizers yɛtwe nkɔfoɔ aboɔ so ɛde ɛbɛn sisɛ nneɛma a wɔyɛ nyinaa kwan bi a wɔfa so a wɔbɛwie sika nko ara school feeding yɛsisi adan affordable houses one district one family one district one job the same thing one market one ne nyinaa kwan a wɔbɛfa so sɛ wɔkere
planting for food and jobs.
ne nyinaa so kwan a ntwobo no ɛno a nti na wɔn a party members yɛ pɛ 4-5 bi ne de ma wɔn ne yɛtwitwa pictures ne yɛ video yi wɔn interview ba tv so asa kokɔ nketenkete yɛtwitwa pictures ɛde akokɔ baako ne wei asɔ n'abatan ne wei asɔ n'abatan ne yɛtwa picture ne de abɛto tv na yɛyɛ interview no ano asa
A friend Natabai.
asa so at the end of the day ne yɛbrɛ wɔn mind adeɛ na yɛyi adeɛ na yɛn nso yɛn hu so adeɛ nsa wopɛ sɛ anka a very good thing ɔbaa bi wɔ hɔ a ohia bɛɛ 10 million bi na ɔde akɔdwa so
Big crowd here 2,000 cities bill.
ɛno an sɛ bank of ghana na ɛwɔ hɔ yi aban na ɔguarantee loan no anaasɛ aban na ɔyɛ guarantor for the woman. And the woman ne kono de ne particular se kwa. Na ya sensan no aye ni ya diamano. No correctra abane. But woman wonim say bank na makoje free. Eno nti bank ne de e aban bank na say e bank ye hwehwɛ me yebehu me. Untimi nka se mentua. Ba ye de human organizers, district NDC MPP organizer ono na wodi animu no ochiche. To mu de ye di ne say adwuma na moye na na etua moka. Ebi am tell say party no e a organization be that is no wonder say among for so person chinchina omo for me for e base omo so ba naija kakra be na mo amubere no ya chiche bi amamo we say then he said dini hu asumasi mu e man post because we a party member because of adwuma esu we wo phone ti yenye ne minister of
Drake.
agree because of wo na ni me pedo to do omo afu Ghana. Oh, it is some the party in there. More, you these people, when I'm trust you or more. And we don't trust them one bit because a record shows that nothing good is coming out of it. The omo techniques be omo de be technique be omo de be chiska among themselves. And at the end of the day, the end year so far. As I say, Becca said, I remember to 8 years and ye took a car and say, we see and see to be. That's say, who is going to suffer? We sit in the country, they say, who did the crowd? We am so. But we are near with you, so a problem. But yes, still nobody cares. Say, into it is about money. See, a binyesika, a binyesika. Intina, unyesika, we are ending. Yes, can we na Ghana na boa obende. Sometimes when they are doing something, we do is also be my student be loan. That do the proper channel. And for bank as soon as see why sign is a from now as soon as see bank give these people loan. I am the guarantor. Now the people are no my due diligence near since I'm on. Running to a Jeffrey now cover party members so they are. Once a baby yintia na
Akoye bwachi bidin.
Who suffer Ghana suffer. You can say internal generating fund. Internal generating fund a friend say a loan
Is that
internal
any
loan.
taxes nominate services service charges
Yeah,
nominate?
now is a China internal generating fund. Internal generating fund no it can be a for company. Na internal generation fund ain't ya then be so
BBJ
yeah was it talk about Benny
oh one person and we tree.
have you Bibitamo, but my quite and so oh yeah crony the come on the big push maybe actually on still near sound disrespect of a or a rule die they be a BC a BS yes yeah council among me and council yeah time and I am mamma crying mamma casa and a jandam idea service. What is that? So maybe for me, I'm tired of these things. I just want to sit back.
Emma
Listening.
Wabemumbu. We have a long way to
Oh,
go.
I have India. The time we video. I said, yeah, only things we push
Wabra.
so that's it. Ain't we are sitting back, we see, but all the time we want to see, we want to tell you guys, say, as some na ye can, ye be true, ye be san be ka say ka kyerɛ mo. Because adeɛ na ɔmo a ɔmo di ɛmu no, nye ɔmo adwene ɛne sɛ deɛ ɔmo akoma sɛ ɔmo yɛ biribi yie no, ɔmo adwene sɛ ɔmo pɛ sika. They want their mind, they want to amount worth. So at the end of the day, no, they now when you bring a wokun to kwaso omo be no mo so manye. And then omo awen your musika. It's like it's not necessary for you to always talk about these things. So we just sit back. We see, say, a bit do what I say, hey, he says, every day. Once was up, before for at the two argument. And a win ama manye, and a win a ye me say, and a win is a no agility. And so no I.
Yo, and the bonnet na unyaru bit to line so. And every BB so Prince Obana ko I don't know say be every bebe mo akasa. Okay. Yeah, bonnet my na if you want to call Mr. Kwesi Bwachi so. Yanko.
Yo, I'm say semna na iso ebeke bi Patricia so ebeke bi. Ti de bia na meka say ye on say also obema ban cry be about 50-70% o. It know why you comparative you know. Say I by 1 year and some change, even say 4 months, and that's why we are. So that's it. Na you see you turn you see idea we ain't me we buy no be me boy. People are not doing comparative analysis. So that's it. 8 years ni 8 years ni you be use because that's the most current. 8 years ni o. And normal cost so ye abamba could over 650 billion beka ye ka ho. 650 billion no beka ye ka ho, which was about 80% of our debt to GDP ratio. Just what the products and services and goods that you're producing in the value in our crown, a kaya de crown, it is a firm 80%. In the 29 Canadian at the bay. 29 Canadian bay, and so
Me boss say about when send on the back house say.
About then other account, yet so 100 billion, so only more. What ye can so 100 billion. It did the other back 100 year, say, yet the better to no one as why calculation. What is so yet you so 100 billion. Say you can say no say if you busa question were you is who directing by say uncle kanya yengo kan 24-hour economy your whole website to enye you your website a biggest it is a bibi person you want to know everything about that and who catch you nipa this corner ko kan could be a website ne ko kan any just answer ADFN AFK frequently asked questions corner ko some questions are what will be true will be so ultimately you're drilling the say since is in a no models a woman pillars a woman any normal what do a woman and so no can only be men kwa kind so now or doubt it now kwa kind what per question what was that question last answer no kind na so kwa kind what we do for you what I see ain't he
Bombardie, yeah, 24 hours. So said more campaign platforms. It's a no more implement you.
Why they change them? Me see why they change them? That's the question that I ask people.
Mampani Mahama, Metestedun Katia, Metin Sami Jenfi. When church remono, yeah, no more.
And now president, I then the president Nikai. Why na day you but you said Katia and I say one day, but do not the other ban what you say.
Say about Unipa and Sana Bay. Bako, if you are not park with the area, if you could say Imbre, and you could Jamrachi. Tell no kind.
Not me, but and we free system.
That be when free.
And somebody per second.
And I just say a pipeline, Mumbai.
Me see 24 economy so me see mon konam ko hwe a whole website they hwe no me womu 24-hour economy no models a womu. And then for the first time in the history of Ghana, National Printing House, woman for so more than 20 million cities. Abaya o twem 8 years no the yimi na your National Printing House in common to you I say you printing here normal. Omo di nyina ko China, near cooperative books, near ko in-house here. Huh?
Ghana Publishing.
The Ghana Publishing. So me printing the yarn. Ghana Publishing. So that's it. Or money yin and a passport in 24 hours. And no catch you say. Any pay what Ghana and you in conform or corporate workers, any conform so informal traders. And it's for economy. No, I will say a couple will be and it's a we informal trader. Yeah, 24 hour as part of 24-hour economy. No, yeah, 24-hour markets. 24-hour markets in this one. And no man, I say woman a bit me at them 24 hours no account or may be was as a what. Or may no one can say so all the districts in obey be. What shall see is an man. Nasa wuti baby nasa omo to Ghana na yeah then am no musa dey need we say entisa na I don't know what you are talking about. Enti oni pa kon or yeah you know me say a normal MPP de benya you know NDC na enyamba de bia woka a normal MPP de benya NDC no enyamba ebia se woka send dey or so mo hwe bia say last the third year or the final you know and ebia obenya bibi and unya hwe ye na ba obi abeka jem say democracy and free speech is under siege. Now we catch them say so ban so we be the same thing, we be prosecute because we are accountable church or list. Now world free I can say freedom of you know ranking now. We say Ghana Africa na ye free 84 be that 39. Is it something under siege? So that's it. Ain't a number be brain na cause to say ye who be the
Every 59.
We say
It was them guys say every 59.
59 to 38 years. But near 80 something in 2021. I think it's 84 or 83 in 2021. So that's it.
Yeah, maybe about me. Yeah, okay, maybe about me by about 12.
About 12. Okay, so when you buy it, we know you find the future impossible things no in the future. It will buy be a bit mark say ye den yamia say ye cut over ye ko enim. Enti no bet you say democracy is not under siege. Hey, na wo pe manya o dem percent the siege any mali mu ni Nigeria mu ni I can say Burkina Faso mu omo no the military rule no obi no kasa kama kama man na government kama man military rule kama man or yes the photo ops ni na ma omo so that's it. Ghana ya ko enim papa says the shortest possible time 30 good years so me see the NTM who say bi mu ka bi mu nji CD appreciation ni sa no man say CD stabilizer and sometimes I just give them the benefit of that because 30 good years so and they kwa platforms so they 30 years go through wage na hwe ebi be ye mrante ebi be ye asukonoma 30 good years 95 oh JJ time in second term or call 92 I'm saying the first term 92 no 93 no buy and in the first term no I call civilian rule no 95 last year yeah a BB friend CD appreciation because the enemy is CD depreciation tikani timi koso enso na adesen ye pompesika egu CD no senso ntimi nye aban ba yin Bank of Ghana or pompesika because ye dinam ne yinam ye dinam yinam but we no do pumping no aboma every sector of the economy no e ko nanim me see CD appreciation me see yetimi etie kaso 100 billion and ne kohwe treasury market kohwe ne kohwe interest rate or treasury market or the highest interest rate 6%, but for the time do 30%. And no, you can you because you have chicken because bonds on a short term loan. Yes, a bank or maniscan on quite an idea. What bonds can there was also be interest rate. Yet, well, 30% you betray and that ye might be any increase you betray. But then the highest interest rate was a 98%. So yeah ancient es essence ako de ko de ji ko say the
by Maria Hello, Bomadia. Papa Smiley.
I'm saying you are tough for.
Yeah.
Petro, BBS yana.
BBS.
From a Ghana secretary at tough for.
Papa,
Isaac
policy be ohana.
Isaac, with my 1,000.
Isaac, hello.
Isaac, with my 1,000. I do so.
I did some buy because man tell was Isaac Beto.
Assembly, my trying this year.
Munko reading in a go website.
You see, yes, I couldn't know what was it. Why would say what not says to says the other a muscle, and all muscle will be a pouch will be pouch because Mujane. Hey, my men can't never be ha. Yeah, what could you also what's a menka?
Petro Isaac, me too.
What could you?
It's you, Isaac.
Hello.
Yeah, call it you.
Hello.
Isaac, it's okay, it's you. Yeah, it's you. Oh, Samson. Hello,
No, may driving to know. I'm perceiving say more a year. Or what? Hey, BBC day. BBC, says you had it or Bible fish because of a castle be a near tag. Now, official for be home. Because what ban no, I bet say, what ban have a bucket, what ban in the Bibia the betcher. Into no one was up by Papa Bentino, only a assembly of a camper, a banner. Into no, I told a in some cacano. Yeah, Patricia Becan Sembina, my mini in Sembiano, because in Sunday you are so yano. The best for no, a young home, you should name Namun Kanye, because I can't do or a minister, a yawa medical association, medical association, no, Omona, BBBI, medical and dental association, no, BBBI, hospital, won't be no doctors. And your mojume yo a program bad omo and omo share no moka. Intino Minister Emra na omefana ntumu na mo MPP for doctors e ho no. Monka so minister no ebeji omo adwuma ye. Intino omo nya adwuma. No minister no fa na.
Ade na etiko ya afi na aba.
Yeah, intino what me kana.
Abadia you me to nka. So de
intino yeah,
me run up no.
Isaac can run up on running up or the business is here.
Etiko bed ye ho. Obi enu o kasa
Oh yeah by you when I when you brother.
Yeah, hello.
Okay,
it's my Isaac also.
Patricia, some of the kind of say a minister no, head minister no, or word you no, or bird you papa, or bird you pa, or bird you na Ghana ho, one minister bang and a yadden yamano, the qualification of Kurano, Yamano Hojuma. And you are a kind of court temporary, not temporary whole fee. MPP doctors or more hono, or my temporary hospital, said Bola. Or Kwaka, no. More MPP doctors more Baba Chinawi because I can't do one sorry and a man no. Some money I can't do no or a parliament committee parliamentary committee on health or no or a member into no not I can't do I can't I can't do on hospital on Bibia as minister hono. Minister hobby piano onim. Internet yan shada ya Kaso, Brabe, Osha, or the man Kofona, Obia, Mahama man, post Biano, Sa, post na Mahama the man, Sani Pano, or da Comtiso. Sani Pano, da Comtiso. Into no, and ya, I can't do him the oil, only the oil pa. The Ghana for na, on the party, I did be a Oya, or Bemoy, Incha. Now, Osha, Akanda, Juma Kanda, Edino, Obia, Obia, Quakumanu buy, Quakumanu, MPP ni buy, ya can obey boy. And yes, Cadian obey. Yes, Cadi. Now, more MPP for a crowd now, I am not shit. You crowd them on now, no chrono quap, not Mufi said, Yo, Ghana Pono, send a mono, imagine yes, Ghana 47 mono. Yeah, and this is more MPP for. Sir, a MP as a mabe, Sir Patricia also won't MP or no be resilient. MP no Obia who a Obia Muano and Obia who are dear wire. Nasa no a ma out. No, I can so Obi by year, Obi by year MP, Yanshumu. Only for into no to me more be only for no want to be one of Funko. Only to me one for now more than the bomber more more de a cocaine na modi ye adwuma ma amwate MPP amwate odi na mu fi se bia ye no yete samo ahụ na mu fi se wetin no si ye beka a mama mo fa we
Isaac,
mo ho pa
Mr. Wu, it's like, now know you're born mother of identities. Meaning, what's here? What's TV? Podcast now, boy.
I didn't know be Sammy, sir.
We will say, what's here and what's TV?
Me too.
Okay, now I'm watching now. All kind of. But oh, me say no question of Christ, me boy.
It doesn't matter so question of Christ or your cooking.
You see, this is the dishonesty within us. Wait. See, this is the dishonesty we have within us. We always choose a labeler, a fit whatever we are doing. And that is the problem that we have as a nation. Or Church of Christ, their own cassette, Church of Christ is what at the own identity, no. But you choose an identity that fits whatever you want to put across. And this is the same thing that we have been talking about all over and all over. So we choose and pick which one suits us. And then we go in circles, we make no progress. Anyway, it's not something I can do. Minimum one change, you want to make that.
Oh, me
good doctrine from Church of Christ. No good doctrine from Church of Christ in general.
Okay, all right then. So that's awesome. All right.
Yeah, as I'm walking,
No Church of Christ. No Church of Christ.
Me name someone set the price for your chungu bia homa so people politics na ya no ha sa so na ya no ha aka mbeka wasam ya politics because I say agogo MP no wakoye eyima ya che no nipa no so no ye che no ye ndi na asem so dibem and adwuma na waye no and I may refer say more MPP amoaten no because what papa smart ya ka some senior MPP as so no MPP amoaten na MP or MPP MP or parliament MPP
oh Church of Christ.
Yes. You see, oh yeah, MPP need it matters, but for Church of Christ need it doesn't matter. Yes, sir.
I can't. I saw you na what part of some go from part. Parliamentarians of this canon.
We are talking about identities, maybe identities near come once him. Church of Christ now, or remember, is it part of his identities?
No, I did say that. Now,
Is it part of his identities? Is it part of his identities? Are we talking about Amwati or you are talking about me?
Me talking about Amwati.
Okay, all right. Anna, who bring about his identities? And then I'm asking you, tell the price now, is it part of his identities? Is it part of his identities?
Politicians,
Oh, we are not talking about other politicians. We are talking. You brought in Amwati. That is what we are talking about. Why are you just doing that?
No, as I'm not here.
Why?
As I'm not, I can't be as I'm so no. Now, one person we should boot to Nibia, better boot to Nibia. Oh, yeah, suggest in any no. Because we should just see Uber president swap. Because every time they see FPP
That's a referee of it was about mobile Nibi.
Eh, what's it?
Mr. Referee of fitness about mobile Nibi.
And that match commissioner on my package. So,
you see. All right, I'll mute you for now, and I'll make my point. Okay. That is the role of the referee. The referee can book you, it can mute you, you can talk to yourself in the background. But what I want to put across and say, when we are discussing issues at home, and we want to choose labels with which it will befit whatever we want to put across, we are being very, very dishonest to ourselves. And she label over far, can't be not say, okay, then you are also part of the problem. No, you wouldn't take that label. And she branch here, you say that many identities are one of them, and he said he's a member or he was a member of the Church of Christ. But when you say he's a member of the Church of Christ, you wouldn't pick that identity. So you will take that identity that will befit whatever narrative that you want to put across. And when someone is pointing that to you, you will also label that person just to keep that person mute. It doesn't work with some of us. It does not, because we have known how the partisan people do their politics for a very, very long time. Filled with dishonesty, so much dishonesty. And that is why we go around in circles. Say the patron kind of. Nobody wants to do the breaking points. Nobody wants to do that. So we go around in circles, and the same thing keeps happening. Patron, over to you.
But I say, maybe Isaac now on one of Isaac. What's I'm listening to anymore? And I would tell you, Isaac, it's you. One crown I do not see. I'm at the end of crab money. Jacquasi watch over there, watch it. Jacquasi watch it. A Bruno, I have been to so a crowd or the point. Mr. Watch so 8 TB. Of a savo.
Yeah.
David made a savo of us is for Florida.
Okay.
Your TV, that's it.
Good TV. Okay, me Dabi. Onupa sweet TV. I'm you na kano. Ofajimai. Okay, Ofajimai sweet TV. Bibi, what the last baba betwemwana.
Yeah, like I said.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Sapo, or Comfort, Tafo, for Olas. Meet you, that's bread.
Some sending a message to you, and I'm saying, I said na kuma nso to sell the no. Today I'm sorry about guide na kuma anya kese pa why?
Some Florida.
Some Florida. Some yeah. Hey, some more.
But smiling, man, quite name why okay. It's been a long day. Man, quite name pony and shots so fresh out now. It's
Some are saying
look, man. Like say your bunny say yes submission. Let's try to make a point. Let's try to listen. Let's try to learn. Let's try to grow. That's the point. Like Kobasinti, Chinchina, the Mijinana, that's fine. You can spend there, but it's like take the time to listen, take the time to learn, take the time to grow. Nobody's perfect. Nobody knows it all. Until binya opportunities or church, I didn't want to binya opportunities or make a point. Let's not come and just rant to say oh. And again, I've asked this question before. So yeah, Bahan will say, what is the mindset now the bar say no? Is it like me babe shaman for before me babe can't at the amana should be and as me back a bit defend for lack of better words and as me babe support? Like what is your mindset? And now die now sorry and now I say the make Akwantufuo radio so no. What was the mindset before you came here? And then look in the mirror and ask yourself, is this really anyway? That can be man called China start fresh.
Oh, okay. And Papa Smile, say, Comfort for the last message by Papa Smile.
Okay, yo. I'm glad that I name back a can't ask him way because like when we come here, maybe before I come here, I do self introspection. I look in the mirror, I look at myself, and I see say what I'm going to say at Akwantufuo Radio, should reflect who I am, but not to go and denigrate anybody and to sell the political party that I believe is better than the other one. So, and that doesn't make me say, me less stupid or something like that. It's just that my way, the difference. Because, you're Ghana. And the two political parties now, rule Ghana. No. Some of them came and promised us heaven and earth. But at the end of the day, they gave us a blank check. And, I have sifted through and I've differentiated the two. And I've realized, hey, at least, lack of a better word, the lesser of the two evil, no, I take one. Who is the lesser? Support to John Mahama. I wish you say we can be a bit more better than what we are doing now. So, but we should be now they compare the binumu ya. I mean, we are growing. You grow. For example, we see what the 125 Baba minister. You can't was he is in a hurry. To say, Obi Baba Tiswamana 50 something. Who knows the next person so about just to beat the odds. Was the non about was 15, just like a champion did. Now for ministers, they say to me who say to me the 50 year. I don't think it's a Ghanaians are going to vote for Obi or Baba or this 120 by year. I think it's 125. I think they so it's a template. And a we say what the about 2 hours say, okay, ministers appointees you can serve a bit the 15 I so it be a free SHS. Our constitution for the longest time. John Mahama had to bring it at 2004. The Ghanaians will vote you out of office. And that is how leadership is all about. It's not about you come in and you just, try to denigrate and make people feel like you are the top of the, game and all that. No. There are so many things I come and learn from you guys, and I think we'll be super nice music. I think it's all good. We are all adults, so we come here, we learn, we some maybe we share might be very free, and because personally talking on radio, no, are changing me so many. I'm who the way I Ghana for university radio now I'm a question are changing me so many ways. I'm who say how to deal with my fellow Ghanaians. I think it's a BBA at the end of the day, there were consequences. There are so many people that we talk on the radio, we meet them, we get help from them, they also got help from us. And talking us here doesn't make us enemies. We can be, we are family right now. We are all family.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Thank you.
You any ebada mu ina so for smile. Ti ba bi aduro ne de say ya de sumo na be si ana wa pon ne fe.
Oh, la vie size de cabao.
Isaac no we. Isaac so
La vie when you
okay, for fairness. Isaac. Isaac.
Oh, doctor, on your papa.
And your doctor on your papa.
Church of Christ.
Because asema mo kano, asema Papa Smari kano. Because one, I'm watching on your cocaine, Church of Christ did not declare parliament. There can obi wait for because all the Church of Christ did not declare parliament. Nya people did not declare parliament. And okoye no cocaine no. On Church of Christ for them. Nya people for now omo pa omo yes omo ba beje no kufu no. You see, say only Church to me Church of Christ ni asamo. No way. Because I saw be anymore at the boy phone. I saw be at the boy phone. But to me for I saw no and fair way or topic. Yeah, can't politics because I'm watching one for Church of Christ way a common sense. One for a Church of Christ did not declare parliament. Or upon the MPP dimu. It no say yeah politics now move is and now a 2 more dear more MPP for bibi 2 more dear now more day for baby more day for no to me say be anymore. And when I'm more day now, maybe so say I'm watching or the Church of Christ did not declare parliament now. Papa no I think will maybe so and it be
Petro, we you see we need to manage situations, right? Are we trying to say I'm watching Sikana or Church of Christ maybe a Sa ko ken sika na e bia ye ka ho asem wa Church of Christ ni bia ana me busa question. That is why I'm just putting that as a question. The sika na wa Church of Christ ni bia na. I mean, you see, no. When we want to call a spade, we should just be bold enough to call it a spade. Right? So we want to choose an identity that made him do the things that he did. But when someone is just bringing in the fact that we don't have to look at things that way. Right? We just have to look at things holistically and say, and say, yes, Suban be a nipa ne choose and enye. Period. We can do it that way. But when you want to choose and tag a label or an identity of that person, and then you use it to push a narrative that you want to push across to there, then someone sitting elsewhere will come in and also ask you a question. Patron, that is my point. That is my point.
Yeah, Papa. Omon kind Romans 12, no. We know mine, Omon kind.
All right.
They don't have a doctrine, Papa Biao.
Is it also person say when yan it's Papa or Church of Christ in Tino or Koyas Adiana?
Yeah, Papa Smalley.
Hold on.
Doctrine change your behavior. So just teachings change your behavior. Instructions will change your behavior. And the instructions are you are getting from your parents, your teacher, your head of state, your king, your church pastor, leader, no, will change your behavior.
Maybe he used Church of Christ as an identity to do what he wanted to do. So, so he also chose Church of Christ. So Church of Christ for the Papa. My main question when I need me one. It could be.
All right. Pedro, so I'll say my point, and I'll leave you to have your conversation in the background. Why? I'll leave you to have your conversation in the background. Okay. Yeah. Why? Thank you very much, Pedro. Yo, any fancy, Nyamiad Ma, Ochra, bye bye.